rolling down the windows, Petty on the radio, taking our time. Hey baby, I don't know where this leads. You don't have to worry about a thing, floating on a breeze, going with the flow, keeping it in limbo. Anywhere the wind blows, I know you've been walking on a tightrope. It's okay to let go and be free. We'll find a little patch of sunshine. I think we'll be just fine. You and me, floating on a breeze, going with the flow, keeping it in limbo. Anywhere the wind blows, anywhere the wind blows, anywhere the wind blows. Anywhere the wind blows, anywhere the wind blows.
Come talk to me. I love the way you're on to me. Looking at you, looking like you're wondering if we're here for the same reason. And now that you wanna lay in the sun, getting love drunk, sticking like honey. Yeah, I bet you're here for some fun with that someone, feeling that something. If you're looking for a good time, honey, I'm right here. If you're looking for a good night, good vibes, honey, I'm right here. And I'm waiting for you. And I love you in your summer skin. Looking at you, looking like you're into it. 'Cause we're here for the same reason. Yeah, I just wanna lay in the sun, getting love drunk, sticking like honey, like honey. Yeah, 'cause I'm just here for some fun with that someone, feeling that something. There's something. If you're looking for a good time, honey, I'm right here. If you're looking for a good night, good vibes, honey, I'm right here. And I'm waiting for you. And I'm waiting for you.
you have an inside point of view. You think that you command me. You think I'm gonna hate to break it to you. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. Anyway, I'll do it anyway. Walking on a high line, eyes on me, I'm automatic. I'm tripping all the light wires. Sound the alarm just to be dramatic. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. Anyway, I'll do it anyway. I'll take this way too far. I break the stars. I'm kicking down the door. Take the floor. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. I don't care what you say. Watch me do it anyway. I really don't care. It's been coming up like sun above. It's making us come together. Been making plans and joining hands. Come by me, stand and come together. When they know we've had enough, they'll try and call our bluff. But no, there's no stopping us. We're making a promise. Yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. They say we're weak when we don't speak, but they don't see us come together. Behind closed doors, we choose love, not war. It's at our core when we come together. They will hear us loud and clear. We'll walk right through the fear, and then once we'll all appear and say, we're standing right here, come on. Yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something. Oh, yeah, we're starting up something. We're starting up something.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Delphi Speaks tonight. This is the night where, or the time when we want to hear from you guys. So we're going to be doing call ins tonight. Hello, New Day. What's going on?
What's up, artist? How are you?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
I'm great. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
Boop, boop.
I hope everybody's had a great week this week. It's been a weird week for me, but good and bad. How about you, New Day?
It's been a pretty good week, I guess. Not a lot of chaos. My screen is like blipping where it says StreamYard up top. It's like a strobe light. Do not know what's going on.
Well, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see who we have in here today.
We've got some new people here tonight.
Yes, we do. I do see some new names tonight. Let's see. Um, K118, 122. She's going to catch the replay. I saw that earlier, and we'll
Right
be
on.
happy to have you do that, hon. No problem.
What's
Hello,
up, Jane
Dark
Penny?
Arts. What's up, Adrian?
The
You see Jane
queen.
Penny? I see Goddess. Hello, Goddess. Rock Crusher. Good evening, Rock Crusher. Hello, Deb. Nice to see you, Deb. Let's see.
What's up,
Who else we
Deb?
got? Oh, hey, Christina.
Oh, hey, Christina.
Hello,
Jill Carter.
Gizmo.
Gizmo.
Your mama Nim.
I love it. Your mom and them called. They said, get your ass on YouTube and listen to the Unified Demand.
We're glad to have you, hon. Yeah, everybody's welcome here as long as everybody behaves.
Yeah, all are welcome. Not all behaviors are tolerated, but all are welcome.
That's absolutely right. Glad to have you. Welcome. Hi, Iron. How are you? Hope you're doing all right.
Mother of Dragons in the house. What's up, Mother?
What's up, Mother? You said hi to Jill. Hey, Jill. What's going on?
Yeah, welcome. Rock
Yeah,
Crusher. Did we hit Rock Crusher? What's up,
I
Rock
did.
Crusher?
I did. I did. Let's see. Am I missing anybody?
Jane said we
Scrolling through.
need to all behave.
That's right. Everybody behave. Hey, Ameth, how are you? Nice to see you too. Hello, Jane. Jane Penny. Let's see. What's up, Gaslight You? Nice to see you. Oh, we try. Now that I figured out the StreamYard quirks, my punctuality has gotten much better. We really do try. Sometimes it's beyond us. Volume is low. Why is my volume always low?
I don't know. I haven't messed with it today. So
let's see. Let me see what. Let me go check your settings real quick. Let me see.
I can turn me down a little bit. Is that better?
Maybe I just need to turn myself up. I don't know. My poor mic always gets the back end of the deer.
I turned you up a little. You're good now, I think.
Oh,
how's that, guys?
Yeah.
Sunflower Soul. What's up, Sunflower Soul?
Hello, Sunflower. Nice to see you.
What do you guys think about the thumbnail artist put together?
What's up, Nancy Drew? Nice to see you too. Yes, we're so happy to have you here tonight too. Excellent.
Jane says you sound good, artist.
Oh, good. That's good. I'm trying to sit close to the mic. I have a bad habit of getting comfortable and relaxing.
That's all right. If you start to get soft, I'll just turn you up, and you can just sink on back into your couch or chair or whatever you got going on.
And chill out. What's up, Lisa? Hello, Lisa Guino. Nice to see you. This is going to be a really good group tonight, too. A really good group. So we're doing Delphi Speaks tonight. That's where you guys can call in and chat with us here on the live. Don't be scared. We do not bite.
Yeah, it's just like making a phone call to a friend.
And I'm gonna put the link in the chat here again. There it is. All you guys got to do is click on that and just go through. It'll guide you through permissions and whatnot. You do not have to show your face. You can just choose to show your icon like we do. And yeah, just no funny business.
Yeah.
No.
Keep it civil.
No naughty bombing.
There's freedom of speech here, but let's be respectful and kind to each other. And if we disagree, that's okay. We can agree to disagree. Have civil debate.
Yeah, we civilly debate all the time, don't we?
Yeah, we sure do. Yeah.
We don't always agree on everything, for sure. And sometimes we don't agree right off the bat, but later on we wind up coming to an accord on something. But
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes I'll say something and you're just like, what? I don't, or you'll show me something and I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. And 6 months later, we're like, oh my God, remember?
yes, yep, yes, I do.
It's pretty cool.
Yes, I do. So,
So we try not to write things off. We just kind of set them on the back burner or back in the file of our mind somewhere when it doesn't make sense at first and, file it away.
yeah, I mean, we
can't delete our 70 days worth of
well, we could.
it's burned into
Oh.
my brain.
So let me tell everybody what happened today. So the live that got cut the other night, or stricken or whatever, I appealed it and YouTube denied me, jerks. And then,
Well, we know why though.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
So-
my bad. I got excited and said, "Play it all the way through." We need to we need to play one little segment at a time. We need to stop. We need to talk about it. We need to have our streamers up, fair use, things like that,
yeah,
and
yeah, we're
really
just
show
gonna
that
have
we're
to do
using it.
different.
Yeah, show that we're using it for a breakdown, discussion, educational purposes, things like that.
So yeah, what we're still going to do the live, going through the eye of Apophis, but we're just going to be doing a little different. We're going to have to stop it. There's going to be some music missing, just to be on the safe side, and some Brad Pitt missing, probably.
No, poor Brad. Maybe I'll
Because
just flash a picture of him up every once in a while.
Yeah. So, but we still want to go through the important part is that we'll be looking at the important parts of Eye of Apophis on Wednesdays. So, and this Wednesday, I think that our New Day wanted to also go over
Yeah, I want to.
one of the James Renner videos too.
Yeah, I want to look at Anna Williams. She did 2 segments where James Renner, when he did the 360
Mm-hmm.
back in, I believe it was September of 2018.
Yep.
He went to Delphi, but the segments he did with Anna Williams, I'd like to watch that together and really break it down. I found some interesting things in there.
Yeah, I think maybe we should go through all of those actually because they're all pretty interesting.
Yeah. I like looking at the old stuff, and I like looking at it with you guys and breaking it down. There's so just a plethora of knowledge in this community.
There is, and we've been watching the really old stuff too because, like I took ACB's advice this week and watched a lot of Jack Doctor off. I was like, I forgot how much stuff there was in there.
Yeah.
Stuff that we've talked about many times, but I mean, it was nice because it's like, there it is. And now it reminded me of a couple things that I had kind of forgotten about. Yeah, that's some stuff from back in the day. We talk about true crime design a lot. Always excellent. True Crime Jesus, another one. Plus, if you just need a little giggle, his disappointed, angry Jesus face just cracks me up every single time. What's up, Silenced? How are you? Good evening. Yeah, there's a lot. Of course, we watch Prof a lot too. Adrian had a really great live the other night as well.
The
really,
timeline,
really
yeah.
good live. Yeah, really good live.
Nice
She's
job.
been working hard on that. Yeah, nice job, Queen. Very nice job. Let's see. And
What's up, Silenced? Welcome in. Glad you're here, lady. Good to see you.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since we've chatted. We're just doing a Delphi Speaks tonight. Just kind of laid back. Just going to chat. Anybody that's part of our club here wants to come on, drop in the link in the chat. You guys are welcome to call in and
I'm just gonna
share,
drop it here.
talk, say hello.
That's right.
You know, talk about why this is important to you. Um, maybe talk about oral arguments coming up. Anybody going? Anybody want to meet up? Uh, stuff like that. Whatever you want to chat about.
Yeah, absolutely.
And don't
I
be
was
scared.
I was disappointed today though. I wanted to see Noe's live, and I went to go look at it. He was at the Bacon Fest, and it said it was like set to private. I don't know what was going on with his live today.
Hmm.
It was weird because he's not monetized, so I don't believe he is.
I don't know.
I don't know what was going on with that, but he's put out some pretty interesting ones lately too. The one about the other entrance to the ravine.
Oh, ban. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
Ban.
going by ban. Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot Ban.
Yeah.
What's up, Digital? Nice to see you. Uh, oh, Digital. I bet he does. Digital saying, bet James Renner has some real hidden gems in his unpublished footage. Yes, I bet he does. I often wondered what he left out. But there's some interesting reactions from him. Especially in the one in the purple bedroom. You know, we talk about the purple paint.
Yeah.
We even wrote a song about it.
I have not seen that Gizmo. I did not realize that. I mean, I think I've seen everything on that channel, on Jack Doctoroff, but if it's newer stuff, I wasn't aware it was more recently added. Though it says
I'll have
it's
to go
older.
back and pay attention to that. I haven't. I noticed there was some stuff from maybe a couple years ago and stuff from further back. I haven't gotten through all of it yet.
Don't think I've seen that channel put anything out since maybe shortly after Rick's arrest. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, Mom and them.
True Crime Design. That's our girl. We love her.
Yeah. Pat Brown and the ravine and the lack of deer mentioned. Yeah. We've told the interesting story of where we've heard the two deer before in another crime in another state before this crime.
Several years before.
It was almost an identical story. It was just one of these weird things where I was watching, just white noise was on. It was like a crime documentary series thing. Can't remember which one it is now, but all of a sudden I hear this story where they find these, I think it was the two girls? I think it was.
No, it was a boy and a girl.
It was a boy and a girl.
Mm-hmm. And the grandmother was talking.
Mm-hmm. And one of the searchers saw two deer and stopped, and when he looked, there were the body. I mean, it was an identical story. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding.
And it was one of those older shows from like the early 2000s, late 90s, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it? Seemed like it was a lot older.
It was like the earlier 20-teens, but this particular crime that we're talking about, it happened like, I don't know, it was like
Texas.
I think in the 90s or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's because of the when they acted it out, the reenactment during the television show, they were dressed like the 90s. That's why I thought the show was. That's actually what it was, because the crime did happen a lot earlier. But yeah, interesting.
Says that's wild, actually, that you put that together. If you're talking about the deer, it's because my mind grabs onto all kinds of stuff. My mind is like a steel trap in there.
There's squirrels everywhere. Squirrel.
Yeah, it's really crazy. It's not very often I forget things. You know, I remember things. Sometimes I forget names. I'm bad with names sometimes. But I remember the story. I just can't always put the name. I'll be like, you know who I'm talking about. I say that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Or you know, why can't I remember his name? Stuff like that. But yeah, I know your brain works like that too, Christina. She's saying that's exactly how my brain works. It is. I'm like Cliff Clavin back there. There's all kinds
Oh,
of stuff.
good Lord.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's crazy. Like I have memories from when I'm extremely young, and my mom is like, "How do you remember that? You were like 2." I'm like, "I remember it. I just got one of those memories, I guess."
I do too. I can remember several things from about 2.5, 3. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's
It's called
crazy.
trauma.
What?
I'm joking.
Oh my
I'm
gosh. I
joking.
remember my grandfather who died when I was 2. And I remember he had nicknames for me and my younger brother.
Mm-mm.
And
Nope.
he would
Nope.
call.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
What?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
What?
TMI. Nope. TMI. TMI.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're not.
Too much personal information involved in that. Yep.
Oh,
Nope.
okay. Well, anyway, he used to call me a name, and he would call my brother another nickname, and it would make me mad because my brothers, to me, the one he called me, it was like I was like the baby or something, and he used to make me mad. It's hard to explain, but yeah, I remember that stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let's. So, I'm going to keep dropping that link in here. So if anybody wants to come on in and talk about anything at all, we would love to hear from you. Got something that's been burning in your own brain that you want to talk about, or you know, I mean, it could be several different things. It doesn't really matter to us. We just always like to chat with you guys, and we hadn't done one of these in a little while, so we thought this would be a really good time to do that.
Yeah. Hey, Nancy Drew, I just recently learned why it is we forget things when we walk into another room. Do you know, every time a human being walks through a doorway, their brain resets?
That's what. Yeah, I remember you telling me something like
Through
that.
a passageway, through a doorway, through a... yeah, I just learned that a few months ago. It was crazy.
That's wild. That's really wild. It's also wild when you stand with your wristband in the doorway and then walk away and leave your eyes in the room. That's also weird.
Oh, I am not prepared to talk about that stuff. I don't know why. Perhaps I'll not. Oh, goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
So-
Oh, yeah. Oh, I was going to tell him what happened. So the live that got, you know,
our
taken
Wednesday
off
watch
down.
party that got struck. Yeah.
Yeah, so today I sat and because my I wound up not having to go to a meeting due to I got a little bit of an injury this week at work, so I actually missed Friday, and then
Yay,
today,
no staff meeting.
I
No
know,
Saturday staff meeting.
Yeah, because my knee has to have an X-ray first before I'm allowed back in the building, I guess. So.
Quit kicking ass, artist.
I know. That's what happened. You should see the other guy. So yeah, so I went in and I got the live out of StreamYard because it's saved in there, and I loaded it up on my video editor, and I spent several hours like editing parts out, doing voiceovers and things, adding alternate music on things in I's videos, and I had it almost all the way done, and then all of a sudden everything froze up and I couldn't get it to do anything for a while. Then it kind of blacked out, and then I went back in and it had closed my video editor, but when I opened that back up, here it was, right? Because it saves it from time to time. So I started back in again. It did the same thing again. I realized that my modem had like kicked off. And so I get that back on. I finally get the computer to shut down. I get it loaded back up. And guess what, guys? It was gone.
It's gone.
I was so mad.
Well.
So mad. So I don't know if I'll ever get that back up. And it was a shame because it was a nice one. And oh well, it is what it is, right? But
Yeah.
we're gonna have a really good one tonight. A really good talk tonight. So throw me a topic.
Throw you
Somebody, yes, yeah, you throw me a topic. Somebody come
Not
on.
me. Somebody in
Anybody
the
wants to
chat.
come in? Yeah,
Come
somebody in
on.
the. I mean, either come in and talk to us about it, or if you don't want to do that, just throw it in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Put it in the chat. Christina, you're always welcome. Digital, come on. Come on, girl. Gizmo, what's up? Y'all don't need to be afraid. This is your safe space.
Christina, I was so mad I didn't even have words. Like I just sat there and stared at the screen and felt my blood pressure rising. I was so mad. So
You
I was
had
like,
some words when you told me about it.
Oh
But
man.
you'd had some time by then. So she was a gog. A gog.
Yes. Yes. Let's see. Ask the have a. What are you saying that you have a topic, Jane? Because whatever. Can I come up and just set the record straight? Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but
Gizmo,
we're
why
not. But we're not gonna talk about anybody else though. I know you haven't been treated fairly. You'll be treated fairly here, but I don't want to set the record straight as far as what somebody did to you. If that's cool, I'd be happy to talk to you about that, Gizmo, but I really would rather not do that with everybody that's here. Just because I want to squash the chaos. So, but if you want to come on, you're welcome to come on.
Yeah, Gizmo, you can come
I know
on
you don't. I
if
know you don't
guys-
typically do drama. I get that. I just want to make sure that we're looking to encourage each other and raise each other up. And a lot of us have been wronged, but this isn't a place for retribution. That's not just you, Gizmo. That's for anybody. It's just, a public forum is not the place to handle things like that, in my opinion. So we just don't do that stuff here on Unified Demand. We're looking for unity, not uniformity. And freedom of speech.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not I don't really like the drama myself. I'm not a drama person. In case it gives me a lot of anxiety. And I don't like it. And then I just get mad.
Yeah. Why don't you can you show the chat up there on the
Yeah, I
maybe
can do that. Let's see.
yeah,
I can do
I'd like to do that.
Do you want to do the all comments or do you want me
Yeah.
to just
Yeah, throw them all up there.
There
That
we
way
go.
we can
Oh,
look.
Gizmo's coming in. Okay.
Right on.
Well, let me
Just
get
make sure you got your
Gizmo.
YouTube turned off. And
Yep. All right,
yeah,
let me go ahead and
artist will bring you
Gizmo
on
up.
here.
Hi Gizmo, how are you?
Good. How about you ladies tonight?
Oh,
Good.
great. Oh, you sound good. Okay,
Aw,
awesome.
thank you. Thank you. Well, no, I'm not going to say anything bad about anybody. It's a new day, I swear.
I appreciate that. You're awesome.
But I've been, I lied one time and I did it for a reason, but that reason is, never understood. So I want to explain it to you girls. I want to explain it to everybody in here.
Sure thing.
At one point in time, I was in a chat. I know all of you are going to remember this. I was in a chat and I kept saying that I saw Libby in the water.
Hmm.
And, one of the creators just said, well, she's not in the water. And I'm like, well, that's just what I see. I mean, we see different things, whatever.
Sure.
That's just what I see. And then they said, well, what, were you in a helicopter? And I sat there for a minute and I'm like, no, but I can say yeah, because I guess I'm looking through the
Right.
helicopter. And so that was my point, was I wasn't trying to lie and say, yes, I was in the helicopter. I was trying to say, yes, I was looking through the same
Right.
photo lens as the helicopter.
I got you. But you realize in retrospect, it
I
makes you
do.
look like you lied. And you know what, girl?
That's why I want to
We've all
explain
told a
it.
lie at one point in time. I appreciate your honesty and your candor. And I think that's really awesome. I'm proud of you.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
thank you, because it's really bothered me, because that's, when you do something like that, it sticks to you,
Yeah.
and I've always wanted to explain it, but then I never knew where to do it, because I couldn't do it with that creator, because,
Yeah.
not a good relationship,
You
whatever.
got bad blood. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So I just wanted to explain that. Other than that, I want everybody else to have fun tonight. I'm here. I'm excited. And I just, I already told you guys, I'm Tracy. I'm from Michigan and I'm 56. That way, no motherfuckers can dox me, okay? And if you want to know where I live, I'll tell you, but I'm not sexually frustrated.
God love you, Gizmo.
So,
All right,
Gizmo,
ladies.
let me ask you don't jump off yet.
Yeah.
So let me ask you. So,
Sure.
do you believe that the girls were in the water?
I do.
I can't say that I haven't made up my mind on it. I spent a lot of time this week though blowing up. So I cleaned up. So get this, guys. I took the helicopter footage and I cleaned it up to where it's not so blurry in a lot of spots. And I
Right.
tried and tried and tried to look at those area. We all know the area I'm talking about, the part that True Crime
Right.
Design got an age restriction for that time. And I gotta
Oh,
tell
yeah.
you, I mean, every time I see that, I'm like, that just doesn't move like a twig or a stick.
It's almost like it wiggles around like jello when they go by, when they go
Mhm.
near it. And you could see four limbs. I mean, you could see the arms, you can see the legs,
Yeah,
you could
that's
see
the thing.
you can see that she's still wearing the
Underwear.
black Nike bra. No, they look like underwear, but it's the black Nike
It's the
bra
bra.
that she,
Okay.
yep. You know how you
It
get
is
those
black. I can tell that.
it's Nike and it's the shirt. It's like a bralette.
Like a sports bra or a
Yes, but it
yeah.
has like a, tank top kind of deal.
Sure.
And she's still wearing that. And I can't. And the weirdest thing is, pictures have been changing over time.
Well,
It depends on where you get them.
That's the thing that's so difficult about this, because in my opinion, all of the imagery that we've seen has been altered in some way or another.
Every bit of it. And,
So, are we
I
really
don't know.
seeing those things, or did somebody lay those things in there? Is it part of the layering because maybe there is, in the images we've seen, actually ciphered
Right.
images of some of the occurrences?
And you know what's
Well-
funny about that? Is so all my old pictures, I used to do a million screenshots for that because I was just trying and trying and trying. And then I finally got to one that was like a really good vision. And I was like, oh my God, yep, that's what it is. And I was like, I wasn't sure if that I was right, but, or that I think they were the water. But now, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was at my sister's house and I was going through my pictures or whatever. And I said, oh, I want you to see this. And I blew up on it and I saw these black marks on her and it didn't look like her in the water anymore. But I screenshot it from a totally different place.
Yeah.
So they have scrubbed things that are no longer available unless we kept them in our library, but we had to screen record them because, we all know that YouTube, you can pay them to download. But if somebody takes that download down, they take it away from you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And, I had everything, done. So, but I have millions and millions of pictures of, what I say Libby is in the water. Nobody has to agree with me. This is
Right.
what I see. I mean, like I was telling like somebody before, I'm like, I had a Salvador Dali picture in my bedroom for 15 years. I couldn't tell what the hell it was. I had to look it up. And I finally just did that in the last year. And come to find out it was like made it look like elephants.
Wow.
I had no
That's-
idea. But
That's wild. I've
We
been
all
to the
see things
Dolly
different.
Museum too. That's a pretty cool place. Have you ever been there?
no, I haven't. Nope.
It's pretty cool. Yeah,
Is it?
yeah, it is. It's pretty neat. It takes you a while to get through it.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
amazing
no,
stuff.
that was that's
Our
really
artist
neat.
is a portrait artist, so she's
you
a
know,
painter.
Mhm.
My daughter is too. And you know what she did the other day? The baby was sleeping for an hour and a half. I couldn't believe it because I was there. And she started with just a plain whiteboard, and she showed me like she goes, "Oh, she's up." And all of a sudden I looked and I was like, You just did that in an hour and a half?" She was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh my God." So she said, "I put it on Reddit just for my friend to see it." And she goes, "I had 3 offers on it." I'm like, "You're kidding me." I mean,
Wow,
I wasn't
got-
shocked. It was beautiful.
that's awesome. I love
Yeah.
that.
It's weird. It's weird how it happened because I painted New Day's granddaughter one time, and it took me
Oh.
like 2 hours tops, 2.5 hours. And then I
Yeah, because
painted
you
Grace
got it.
Kelly one time, and it took me 5 days to get Grace Kelly the way that I
Well,
wanted it. I was like,
I
what is
think
going
that-
on?
Yeah, I think you're probably striving for perfection, and you're probably your own worst enemy when it comes to, like my daughter will always say, "Oh, it's not that great," and I'm like, "Pfft, are you kidding me?" And let me tell you, this is funny.
It's
just
like,
last
me,
week-
Gizmo.
Right? I know, right? So last week, my daughter, she loves Bob Ross. Okay, and she always did since she was a kid. And she's a very mellow. She's a really good kid. She's not a kid anymore. She got a baby, 2 babies now. But she said, I want to have a Bob Ross paint party because she loved Bob Ross. And I'm like, what? Now, mind you, she gave birth. My sister went to the dollar store and she found these Bob Ross socks, and she knew how much my daughter loved them. So she brought them over. Well, they had the beard and everything like on the like separate from the sock. It was like the beard and the big hairdo and everything. It was so funny. So she wore them during the whole birth. And so she calls them her lucky socks now, And the nurses were just cracking up. They were just like, I cannot. So when she said she was going to have this party with all of, bunch of girls, she said, I was going to buy wigs for everybody to make everybody look like Bob Ross.
That's awesome.
Happy little afros.
We had so much fun, we had so much fun, and none of our pictures looked the same. Let's just say my daughter was done it with hers, and she goes, "Mom, it felt like I was like teaching like 5th grade, the way you girls were all acting." And I said, we're all sisters. We're like, I couldn't tell, I could tell them that they'd probably crack up because we were all like, we needed her attention. So, hey, how do we fix this? And she's like, "Oh, la di da di da." Well, her picture was already done, So yeah, it was just kind of funny that she did the Bob Ross, and if we would have got the wigs, it would have been perfect. But they're $20 a wig, and I just couldn't believe that she thought about having a Bob Ross paint party, and it was Bob Ross. We had to sit and watch him for a half an hour.
And
I
do
think
the
that's
painting
really
with
awesome.
him.
You know what?
And-
I have a lot of respect for Bob Ross. I really do. He caught a
Yeah.
lot of crap.
Oh,
But
yeah.
What he did is he made painting accessible for anybody, and he made anybody believe that they could do it, and he took a lot of the mystery out of it.
You're right.
Mhm.
I don't think if it wasn't for him, I don't think my daughter would have ever even tried doing all that.
Yeah.
And then she just started, getting better. I know she's gonna like write books, draw. She drew the most beautiful. She does the heads too, but she charcoals them.
Mhm.
And but she did the most beautiful one. That my favorite one is an eyeball, and it's not just an eyeball. It's an eyeball with the lid, and it stops at the brow.
Yeah.
And if you saw this, I'm like, the shadow, the way she did the shadow with the eyelashes into the eyeball, it was like, oh my God.
Well, you
Who
should post
does-
some of her work on your community page.
I should. It's
Yeah.
amazing. It's amazing. And I'm so glad that she's back into it, because she had 2 kids in the last 2 years, so she's just like, um, just
You
never
go
could find the time.
from being a
You
person to
know,
being a mom. Yeah,
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 exactly. So she
yeah.
Yeah,
waited till baby was sleeping, and she had the other one, and she wasn't paying attention to her, so she got all her stuff out and just got it done in the hour and a half of her nap. And I said, "Oh my god!"
I
But
need
yeah,
to I
already
need to I need to do one soon because I haven't done any paintings for a little while because they are time consuming um,
yes.
and and when I get into one, it's all consuming. So,
Yeah, you don't want to
Oh,
do
I know.
anything else. Yeah.
mm-mm.
Yeah, and I've looked at her work after not being, like she kind of hides it in the other room, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, where did she get that from? Because it's not from me. I can't even barely draw stick figures. So she's just very talented and stuff. But yeah, I
That's
just wanted to clear
wonderful.
the ear. I love you guys. I think you guys are great. I love the information that's coming out. I think there's a lot of information that you guys may know, but I think it it may surprise you. I think you're onto it. It's a new day because probably AKA too. Because I've always sent you little things,
Hmm.
like just
Yeah,
little.
keep sending. Love
And
it.
yes, I have changed my name 100 times,
Yeah,
but I've done
I can
I
usually
haven't
tell when
done
it's
it.
you after a little bit of conversation.
Yeah,
And that's okay. Whatever
yeah.
whatever you need to do for you is your business.
Well, I
I
do it
find
because
you
I was
and you find
doxxed.
me. So
Yeah, I did it because I was doxxed, and
yeah,
it's a very scary case to be doxxed in.
sure is.
And
Yeah.
so, I just kept changing names, but people know me, the way I talk, the things that I say, because sometimes I repeat, like, because I feel like nobody's listening to me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it can be frustrating like that. But
yeah,
Mm.
I
yeah. But I wanted to
so
set it
appreciate what you
clear.
share. Thank
I
you.
wanted to set it clear. Hey, I have no problem with nobody. I don't want to get attacked over it by anybody. But I did do that. I did lie, and I wasn't trying to lie. But of course, it was a lie. I was
I
trying.
got you.
After a while, I was trying to say, well, I was
You could,
looking at the same lens the camera was, so yeah, I guess I was in there. But I knew it was wrong.
it's
But I
funny
said
how
it.
we can justify things sometimes, just because you know, we remember how people made us feel, and we want to be heard.
Hmm.
We just want to be heard. It doesn't mean you got to agree with me, but I want to know that you really heard me and you understand me. And
Right.
that's one of the reasons we started this channel. There's a lot of
Hmm.
people in this community that have been traumatized, have been um, put through the ringer, and most of them, when they came in, started out with really good intentions, and they have a
Right.
lot of information, but they don't have, who do you give it to? What do you do with
And
it?
that's the thing. I will tell you, ladies, that I've been in this for 4 years. This is all I do, other than going to be with my family. This is all I do.
Yeah,
I mean,
it.
I'm disabled, so I'm not. I don't do a whole lot. But this is all I do. I mean, so I'm not working. So I'm at this sometimes 18, 20 hours. Sometimes I don't sleep for a whole a day or two because I'm into something and I'm so into it that I can't stop. Now, ACB has pointed out to me many times, like, you're going down too many rabbit holes. And I'm
Hmm.
like, okay, I just don't
Can,
know
but listen a
which ones
minute.
are the good ones.
Can I
I don't
ask
want to
you?
miss something.
Yeah, can I
Yes,
ask you a question though, Gizmo?
sure, sure.
Do No matter which rabbit hole you go down, where does it lead you to?
It always leads me to something, but it's not always important.
But does it always lead you to the same thing?
Um, mm,
Because the
you
ones
know,
I go down do.
yeah, and I always feel like it's part something, but it's like
But
a
you don't know
puzzle.
exactly what it
Right.
is. Is it?
So I keep it in my head, and I keep all the screenshots, and I keep all that,
Well, there's
and then
deception there. But is it deception
yes,
because of guilt? Is it deception because of guilty knowledge? Or is it deception because it was scripted that way?
I think a lot of this afterwards has been scripted this way
I do
on
too.
purpose. I think it's a complete. I know the girls are dead, but I don't believe anything after that. I think everything they said is a lie. I'm going to call it a psyop because I do believe that we've all heard, 10, 20 stories of how Becky found out that, the girls were found, or how Anna knew, or how, and that's when the other day I kind of mentioned, and I'm not saying this is it, but the other day I was like, I asked a question somewhere and I was like, what about, when did Nelson Mandela die? And I asked that, and really, because there is the Mandela effect,
Right.
and part of that Mandela effect is we're all given the same information, but we all think of it differently. We all remember it differently.
Sure.
So
it's from your own
Nelson
personal
Mandela,
experience. Mhm.
yeah, Nelson Mandela actually, people think that he died in prison, but they don't realize that he actually came out of prison and he was the president for so long, and then he died.
Right.
So that's part of the,
He was on Oprah. Remember, people?
yeah.
He was on
I
Oprah.
probably saw him. Yep. But yeah, there's just, I've been down so many rabbit holes that I can put a lot together, but I can't, like I'm trying to get ACB. Tell me which rabbit holes are a waste of time, because I can dot all the dots all the way up to Alaska, or if you want me to just go down to Florida, I can do that.
Or to Texas, or to California.
Well, I've done a lot of research. Jack has been my, I've looked up everything he's ever said. And I truly believe in Jack. And everything, he left us a lot of clues. And here's one thing that I need to know from you ladies.
Sure.
He said the 2003 taxes are the most important taxes to find on the patties. You have to live in Indiana to get them.
Okay.
And the public record stops at like 2007 or 2010, something like that. So is there a way we can get that? Because I have a little hunch about something, but I'm not sure. I won't know unless we can get a hold of that.
Well, if it's able to be done, artists will get it done.
Oh, that would be great, because I think it would just stop me from thinking what I'm thinking. There's a reason. He said there's a reason why you want to look into 2003 taxes. But I can't get that to you. It's, I was just like, okay, so I've been in my head going, I got to get those taxes. I got to get those taxes. Because, all the other ones have been available
That's the
online.
year Liberty was born, isn't it?
Bingo.
Wasn't she?
Have you ever
what year
seen?
did Becky's mother pass, or grandmother? Because Liberty was left an inheritance.
Okay, so
of some land.
You do know she was left, because it could be they put land in her name.
No, the grandmother left it to her specifically. And in my opinion, it has to do with the fact that Becky kept the Marchand name instead of the Harder name.
Yeah.
Harder.
Oh, the Harter.
Her maiden name was Harder. Yes.
Oh, well, if okay, I'm so glad you said the last name Harder. You want to know what I know about that? Remember when Jack said, here's the address of something. And I got to that address and I looked at everything, and, it was the house that supposedly Derek was living in during the time. And it was like a meth house. And
on Samuel Milroy Road?
No.
No? Okay.
No. But then he said, when you find the address that Cody Patty lived in, that the number is 545. He never gave the street, never gave the city, never gave anything.
Well, isn't Bert. I'm sorry, Hartman. Is it Hartman?
Nope.
No, it's
No.
Hartman.
Okay. So you didn't say Hartman. You said Harter,
I
which
did, but that's not
is
right.
where it's where my
No, I was gonna
research
say
went.
it's Hartman. Oh, it went
Yeah.
to
Yep.
Harder. Oh.
But my research took me to the address 545 that Jack told me to. Well, me. Jack told us to try to find the address at 545, and when you find it, pay attention. So from the address that he gave me, well, he didn't give it to me. I got the address on Monroe Street. And that was
Okay.
supposed to be the house where the girls were taken to the basement. I don't know if it's true. It's just that's where they said
545 Monroe.
in Monroe,
That's
on Monroe Street.
on
I
Monroe
think it was,
Street. Yeah.
I thought it was
Um,
403 West Monroe, but I think it might be a little different because when I looked up 403 West Monroe, it looked like an old
That-
antique house.
mm,
So Derek was renting the house.
yeah,
His
that
name was
wasn't Derek's
actually-
house. That
Right.
was.
His
Okay.
name was on it, but it was like kind of way low in the thing. It just said that at one time he was a person who lived there.
Okay.
Now-
Well, that probably means that it's the Patties own a lot of
Yes,
rentals.
they ended up owning that house, and in fact, that's the house that Cody Patty tried to.
Mhm.
Is that my phone ringing or yours? Okay.
Not mine.
Yeah, it was probably mine. That is the house that the Patties did own. And remember when Jack showed that really nice house and it had the cellar doors outside between in the backyard?
Yes.
That's that same house that supposedly Derek was renting at one point in time. And then remember after the girls, Kelsey was upset with Cody and kicked him out.
Yep.
And he went and stayed at that house. And it was all redone.
He redid it. I saw the video.
Yep.
Yep.
Now, if you notice, there's a bunch of things I'm going to tell you that most people won't notice in there because I don't even see it. I've been told. Okay, the one thing I do see is at the back door in the laundry room or, the mud room when you first walk in,
Mm-hmm.
there's like 3 coats there. And
Mhm.
they don't look red, but they look like like the emergency coats.
Yeah. The reflective
Yes,
vests and
yes.
stuff like that. Yeah.
So I have to think, was he one of the people in the water? Because they don't want to tell us who was in the water. If you notice,
I have heard that
Dan
Shane
Doolin?
Evans was in the water with David Erskine's gear on.
and no helmet.
Yes.
Okay, then guess what? He shanked Abby. I watched it. And I knew it was Shane, and nobody would say a word. And when I said something at Criminal Network, he goes, "Oh no, Shane's a sweetheart." I'm like, "Who are you? What guy calls another guy a sweetheart?" You know what I'm
Criminal
saying?
Network called Shane Evans a
Yeah.
sweetheart.
Yeah. And I was like,
Oh,
okay, he looks a
I-
little guilty to me, you
I
know?
have to share with you that during the trial, Artist and I made a trip to Delphi one day.
Okay.
And we just walked around and observed. Oh my goodness.
Here we go. Come on.
I can't.
Do it.
Artist,
Yes.
jump in here and help me.
Okay.
She's too embarrassed. Why is she too embarrassed? Don't be embarrassed.
I'm not.
I kind of
You
missed it
did-
a little bit because that was my daughter calling.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
no.
So what's the story? Why can't you talk?
What are you? Yeah.
There's a story that she has, and she doesn't want it. She almost was going to say it, but she didn't want to say it.
We were okay. We were just walking around and didn't really speak to anyone or introduce ourselves.
That's a
We
good way of
knew who
doing it.
lots of people were that were there. Um,
Right.
um, did speak to one person um, eventually, and that
Mm-hmm.
was Bob Mata.
Oh,
But
Okay. Okay.
but he's the only person that I had any interaction with. I just observed. But
Right.
when we first arrived, we came around the corner of the courthouse and we were looking at how they had things blocked off and all the security and the.
And then you saw Greeno.
No, we saw
Oh.
Shane Evans come out and get into a vehicle.
No
And he
shit.
sat down into the vehicle, and I'm looking at him through the front windshield, and he made eye contact with me.
Oh my God.
And I just was staring at him,
Right.
and he looked away, shielded his eyes, wouldn't look back up at me, then threw the sun visor down in front of his face, and he took off.
He is
And
very
I'm like,
suspicious.
that guy is, yeah.
He's very suspicious. I used to think that, oh my God, he did it. He, this, and this is then I think this. I think he helped with whatever they were needed help with.
Well,
And maybe somebody said, okay, we'll get you up there. And then all of a sudden he became assistant prosecutor, now a lawyer. So getting up there, that sounds like people made promises to him. So, but if you killed the girls, they wouldn't have done that. It would have been kind of opposite. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know what
Yeah,
his
well,
relationship is.
let me run something by you, really, because this
Yeah.
was my artist and I talked about this a lot a few years ago. Because
Okay.
Shane's behavior was very, very odd, and
Right.
his walk, the hands in the pocket. I watched
Notice
what True
nobody
Crime
talked to
Design
him.
did. All of that.
Notice
Yeah,
how when they walked off the screen, nobody
they
talked to
didn't
him.
speak to him. He was a
Yeah.
nervous wreck. We believe that the crime scene was restaged from the way that it was initially found.
Absolutely.
And we talked for a long time that we thought maybe some of local law enforcement and people like Shane Evans did that because they jumped to an early conclusion that maybe Uncle Travis Lee Evans
Yes.
had been out there. And
He
they
wasn't-
walk and look very similar.
Mm-hmm.
And he was out. He was
shouldn't have
not
been out of jail.
locked
He
up
was
at that time. He paid his
Yep.
bond. They let him out.
You're right.
And, Rick Allen was accused and found guilty in a sham kangaroo court trial and
Oh, it's
sentenced
all
to
over.
130 years for murdering those two girls. But Travis Lee Evans got 157 years
So
in
that's
Cass
what I was
County
thinking.
for
That's what I was
molesting
thinking.
his stepdaughter.
Okay, now that's what I was thinking. How did they give him so many years for that? It's almost like they knew, okay, well, we're not going to tell nobody else, but we know you did something to those girls, so we're just going to add time.
Well, I'm going
And
to
you
tell
just spend the
you,
rest of your life in prison.
anytime you're in a position of authority, like a police officer or even a teacher, and you do something
Mhm.
like that, there's extra.
Yeah, there's a higher standard.
Yeah,
You're held to a higher
yeah.
standard.
a much higher,
Oh, yeah.
because you're in a position of authority over
Right.
children specifically. But
No.
yeah, you
And
get
Pork Chop needs to hear
there's
that if
aggravating
he's listening.
circumstances.
You know that? Pork Chop
Yeah.
needs to hear that if he's listening. Because
Yes.
there will come a day
Mm-hmm.
But
when
yeah, we did talk.
the devil
go
will
ahead, I'm
collect
sorry.
his due. That's all. I'm just
Yep.
putting that out there.
I mean, who else is, I don't want to, okay, who else is that important that they have to do all this to cover it all up? And part of it tells me they were responsible for that because Travis should have never been out of prison for that yet. He should not have been out on bond. And,
Yeah,
Shane
he was
Evans' father,
walking
parents,
around.
yeah, Shane Evans' parents they lived right off of the creek.
Yes, they did. And that's his
And,
dad's brother.
yep. And I believe he was there. And he
Well, and
used to
here's
be
the
a
thing.
police officer.
Yes, that's why he's held to
Yeah.
a higher standard. He was a Cass County deputy while all of this was going on.
And
Yeah,
did
let
you
me
know?
let me say a few things about all of this
Go ahead.
too.
hmm
He was a police officer. He's out on bond, awaiting trial on those charges, which he eventually wound up being convicted of.
hmm
We know that Shane liked to ride around on like runs.
Mm. Yeah, he was
And-
really into going on the police
Yeah.
runs and
The way
fire
he's
runs.
acting
and,
there, he really looks like he's about to crap his pants during that first
Oh my
presser.
God. You notice how he closes his eyes when he knows that they're going to play the voice of the guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he looks
Like he
down,
closes his-
and then he looks up at the audience real quick. Eyes are
Yeah.
shifty and back down. He won't make eye
And then he-
contact.
You could see the sweating on the brows and the whole bit. And he was looking down in my eyes. Body language tells me he was looking down because he was trying to listen to the voice and say, oh my God, are they going to recognize who it is?
Have you ever
Now,
watched
remember-
Jerry Holman standing next to him?
Yeah. Yep. Sure have.
Well,
They,
well, we
Shane
we
did
thought
something.
perhaps.
Shane-
Oh, go ahead, Gizmo.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, we thought that maybe there was restaging done because perhaps there was a knee-jerk reaction. of,
Right.
oh my God, you know.
You're right.
And we had kicked that around before in the past, and every once in a while, I mean, I haven't settled on one set thing
Me neither.
yet, thanks to this crazy, colorful cast of characters up there.
Exactly.
But yeah, the other thing too is that, so he gets convicted, and now the judge that's presided over that trial was supposedly killed underneath his car because he
Oh,
went
that's
home
the
after,
judge?
Yes, Judge Mommer.
Oh.
yeah,
Okay, I
after
didn't
court
know
on a
that.
Monday and decided to work on his car, supposedly. I'm not buying that
Right.
though.
No, that's definitely someone did that to him. He didn't do that. That was no accident.
Mm-mm. And
That was.
his sister was married to a Fouts.
Oh,
Mhm.
really?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, that's new to me. That's
Dan Fouts, who is
Mhm.
deceased. I think he died of
Cancer.
Lou Gehrig's disease,
No, it was cancer.
cancer. Well, Lou Gehrig's
Okay.
is a form of cancer. But he was Curtis's brother, and he was married to Judge Mommer's sister,
Oh, okay.
Beth Fouts, right?
That's
Mhm.
you're right.
Do you know who
Wow.
else is related to Fouts who is dead?
Who?
McCurdy.
Well, McCurdy. Yeah, you know about that.
They were cousins. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they were cousins. I just
Yes.
knew that McCurdy was Steve Mullen's brother-in-law.
Yes, and he was married to Steve's sister, Beverly. Hmm.
And when he came down, he went to go see Susan Downham. And the night before, she was sitting on Steve's lap in a picture. And the next
Yeah,
day,
I've
they
got
were
that
both,
picture.
they
Yeah,
were
we've
both
got it.
shot. Yep, I got it too. Then they were both shot, and then a fire. So no, that was no
Yeah.
murder suicide. That was definitely, when they pull people into the prosecuting office, what they're doing is they're if they stay in there 5 days, they're granted immunity forever.
Mhm.
So I believe that that's one of the reasons why they pulled Steve in there, and I believe that's why they pulled Shane in there, was just to make sure he was granted immunity.
Yeah.
Now remember on this, and we don't know how much of this has been tampered with, but remember on the scanner when the one guy says, because people think that it's Shane changing the tire, but
Mhm.
that doesn't sound like Shane to
Who
me. But
who is changing the tire, Gizmo?
I have no idea, but it's
I
not
don't
Shane Evans.
either.
Because people will say it's Shane Evans, but I know his voice and it's not. But you know what voice was Shane Evans when he said, I went back, I changed out, and then I went back to the scene, and I went back to the scene because I wanted to see something or whatever.
He also
And I was,
says we're all coming down in one vehicle.
yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
So when he said he wanted to change out, I thought he was changing out of the water suit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that was very telling because nobody will talk about who was in the water. And
Yep.
he specifically was wearing no helmet on. Everybody else had a helmet on.
Had a helmet, but not him. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
Now
Erskine
you see
was
the one guy
specifically
walk
asked
by.
if he was with that crew, and he said
Right.
no, he was not.
Well,
But he was in the water, near the water, at the edge
yeah.
of the water, and says he saw the girls on an island area.
Okay. And that could be true. I saw them tied to the tree that was sticking out. Remember when Riley said they were at the banks of the creek?
He said they were in 2 bodies found in the water in the Sugar Creek. Was it the Sugar
He
Creek?
said Sugar
the Deer,
Creek,
the
and they
Deer Creek.
corrected him.
Deer, yes.
Yes, yes. They said they found him at the banks of the water, and I thought, oh God, Libby was a little bit off of the banks, but she was tied down to the tree so that she couldn't go float down because I believe she was dead when they put her there. And Abby, I believe, some people will see her on the scar on the cross, and I see her against the banks, and I see her with her knees up, and I see her with a burlap bag over her face. And I believe she was still alive because there was splashing there. And that's where he went to, and he turned around and he looked everywhere. And then he pulled something, then he had something in his hand, and it looked like he just went right into her neck. And of course, we don't know.
And you see
all
that on the
things.
helicopter footage?
Yes, but it took me a long time to see that part.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to see that. You know who Valerie
I've seen
Mellon is?
some of your. I do. Yeah. I remember seeing her stuff back in the day.
She has great pictures, and some of the pictures that she has, because people like me, I don't see things like that. She made it easy, like a 5-year-old. That's what I always say. Talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old. And she made it easy by drawing the things that she drew.
Yes, I remember that. One of the things that specifically stands out to me about Valerie's work, there is a picture that Eye of Apophis has shown us, has the embedded images of, it's like a little lion's head. They're like masks that are layered all over in the image.
Okay.
And it's a picture of a female walking away. She's got on like a blue sweatshirt, I think, and like overalls, like blue jean overalls. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
it's like
I know what
a picture looking down at her.
Okay.
And you see her walking away across a field. Valerie took that, and she was the first person before Eye of Apophis was ever even on YouTube. And she showed those masks all over that image.
Right. Did you guys see all the masks in the water? 'Cause I've never seen it, but I've never went back to look.
I have not seen them in water, but I see them. They're overlaid on the bank when Liggett is, that picture of Liggett standing up there, and there's a whole area on the right side of the photo, which would be to his left because he's facing us. Where it's just smeared out, like it's erased.
That's on the right side of him.
It's on his left, but it's on the right of the picture because we're looking at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on the left, if you're looking at him, you can see where they pulled Abby's body up. You could see the drag marks from the water.
Well,
like they were trying to grab her out.
I got into that photo originally, and through if you download forensically and look at some of those images through the forensically app,
Right.
it'll let you see the noise level, the compression, the composite. It's got a magnifier on it. You can look at the contrast, the auto contrast. You can have nothing
Right.
in all of those things. And what I found is at the where Liggett's standing there, directly down the pile of stuff that's at
Yes.
the bottom of that drop before
Yes.
you get to the water has bones in it, like the bones Eric Williams talked about,
Oh
animal
my God.
bones.
Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I didn't put that together because I thought he
Go
was
look at it.
honestly so when I tell you that, okay, let me just say this is all in my opinion, but after I watched the video in the past year with Libby in the water and how the helicopter is approaching, and normally as soon as it opens up is when you can see where the girls are with the camera view from the helicopter that I was in. But you can see where he, in my opinion, it looks like he feels for the rope. He finds it. He tosses it towards the middle of the creek. And then he turns around and he's looking around everywhere. And I don't know if he didn't think the helicopters were looking at him or you know what, and that's when he turned around and he shanked her in the neck. Now, to be truthful, I know more than I can say, but we don't know the markings that were really on the girls. Because do you guys realize that they never got taken to Terre Haute for 20 hours? So what were they doing with those bodies for 20 hours with no working refrigerator, nothing working and then they took them to, I say Terre Haute. They took them to Terre Haute.
Terre Haute.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
That's okay.
I always say Terre Haute, but instead of taking them to Indianapolis, which was a 45-minute drive, they took them to another place that was like a 2-hour drive. Well, the reason why, in my opinion, they did that was because Mike Patty had him in the palm of his hand. And
I've often wondered if they did that because of because maybe there were some feds in that area that could I don't know.
Well, yeah, that could be. My thing was always, like, I don't think anything at the trial was real. Nothing. I think
it sure wasn't anything that could be authenticated.
Right. I mean, to me, I think every single person, prosecution-wise, that they all committed perjury, probably except for Skip. You know what I mean? I don't know if he was prosecution or defense. I think every single one of them lied. And that's why I came up with the Mandela effect. Like, okay, we're all hearing these same stories. We're all seeing the same stuff, but what do we all remember? The chicken before the egg. What comes first, the chicken or the egg?
That's why I like Christina's theory about a parallel investigation going on, because that makes all of those things make sense as to why there's a script, why many of the things were backtracked on that we saw originally. Like you talked about images being changed. What about the very first picture of BG that was posted in the paper?
Right. Oh, I have that too.
Straight up like a sheriff's uniform. The pants have a stripe going down them.
Yep. And to me, that's Travis Lee. If bridge guy had, because I believe that the guy on the bridge, I believe that maybe that person exists, but do I think he was on the bridge at that time and he chased her down that fast and he wasn't even out of breath because she was Andrea Burkhart is who I watch after every single day. And
I do too.
she said Bridge Guy was never near Abby at all. That he
Yeah,
was
I
like
remember her saying she was surprised at how quickly he could be heard telling the guys
go
down
down
the
the hill.
hill
Yeah.
because she was like, he couldn't have gotten there from where he was just a few seconds prior to that.
Right.
Can I
He
say
couldn't
something
have.
here?
It
Sure.
was almost like a paper thing, just like moving
Mhm.
behind her.
all-
It was like
They all said that you could
a
barely see
paper
Bridge
thing, just
Guy.
like moving.
Bob Modest
Right.
said Bridge Guy looked like an ant. And
That's
then
exactly what I'm
now that
saying.
we've
Yeah.
gone back and looked at those Julie Melvin videos, there is a video
Mhm.
where they're pretty far from the end of the bridge still, and they see people coming onto the bridge. And I gotta tell
Mhm.
you, they look like ants.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. There is so much that's going to come, hopefully, to fruition on the 21st. I don't know what they're going to be allowed to say or what we're going to find out. Is that going to be on Circuit TV?
Yeah, it'll be yes,
Okay.
it'll be televised. It'll be
As it should
live
be.
streamed. Hmm.
Yeah, as it should be. Transparency. I mean, Mrs. Gull, who was, that's what she believed in, was transparency until it came to this case.
Mhm.
And I believe that there was a reason why they didn't want anybody in that courtroom, and that's because none of those pictures were going to be believable.
Yeah.
Now,
somebody else was calling the shots.
yes, and she paid $10,000 to fix the speaker system, and it worked really, really bad, so the people in the back couldn't hear, and those were the people that were from the public. So that was very suspicious. I think everything she's done was, I have been thinking that Brad Rossi and Baldwin were both compromised. But now
Yeah.
that I know that Matt Hoffman didn't give them information, and I've seen the proof that he didn't, really pisses me off. And the reason why is because he was given information that could have let Richard Allen off. Like
Oh.
evidence that either he was there or he wasn't, whatever came of it. You know what I mean? But
Well, since I know the man
never
personally,
mentioned. Mm-hmm.
5 years ago, I would have
Yeah.
told you it's just sheer laziness.
Right.
Today, I'll tell you, I believe he's a lying piece of shit, and he was sent in to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody feels about Matt. I didn't have a problem with Matt, and then one day the prof said something about not trusting Matt and whatever, and then I saw a text from Matt to someone else, and I thought, well, that's ballsy. And then after that, I was
that
like,
was us.
yeah, was it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I thought, well, that's ballsy. I mean, he's not doing his job, and he doesn't care. Like, somebody got to notice this.
Yeah.
It's just there's so many things that come with this case that are, I have to go down the rabbit holes because I have to, be able to eliminate it.
Yeah, you want to make it make sense to you.
Yeah, and so people say, well, you go down too many rabbit holes. Well, are there too many? Because I mean, yeah, there's too many. It does. I've been doing this for 4 years. There's too many. But the rabbit holes I've went down, I've always found something.
Yeah, you are, and that's why they're there. And that's
Right.
Those are the tentacles. They don't all lead to the perpetrators, but they all have connections to the perpetrators.
Right.
And those rabbit holes were designed that way, Gizmo, to distract us.
I 100% agree with you. Everything is I feel like we're in the Truman Show, or I feel like
Yeah, but
we're
it's kind of like a reverse Truman Show, isn't it? We're
right.
all the guinea pigs, and
Exactly. Yes.
but go down those
Um,
rabbit holes and just note the degrees of separation that you find
right.
and where they lead to. Follow the money. Always follow the
Hmm.
money, and then note them, and then
Right.
go jump down another rabbit hole. There's
Oh,
nothing wrong with that.
I'm in so many rabbit holes when I hear other people say, "Oh my God, I'm in so many rabbit holes. I do this, I do that." You don't think I go without sleep sometimes, people? Sometimes I'm up 20 hours in a row doing this, and if I'm not doing that, I'm talking on the phone about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I've talked
It
to
can be very. It can be something that can easily be obsessed over. I've
right.
been there. I've been there.
I
Um,
know I'm
there
completely
are
obsessed with
days
the
I'm
case
like,
right
you know
now.
what, I just can't do this anymore. And then I
Right.
tell myself, you just can't do this anymore today. It's just
Hmm.
a day at a time. You'll see how you feel tomorrow. And there's been times I've taken 2 or 3 weeks, taken a break, a month or two, and don't listen to anything. I just set my mind on other things. But
Right.
as soon as I realize I've missed something,
Right.
I am like full force back in then. But we've got to take care of ourselves, our mental health.
Absolutely.
Um,
I find that I'm so addicted that if I take a day off and I go spend my time with my family, that I'm thinking about it the whole time and I can't wait to get to it, which
hmm
is bad, which is bad. Because, I really love to spend time with my family, but I'm not fully there. I did tell my family, I said, listen, after the 21st, if he does not get, I believe he's going to get, I mean, I don't know. My hopes are up. I don't even want to. I believe that he should be exonerated only because of and not to say if he did it or not, but only because of the way he was treated with this whole case. I think that it's none of his. He had no rights. They didn't give him any rights, and you can't do that. This is America. We have rights for a reason,
Amen, sister.
and they just tore why is Holman and so many people of the big wigs always pointing at social media when it came to talking to Richard Allen? Like, and wait till social media gets a hold of this.
Well,
Why
Big Jared, the
did
pork chop, who went to his little FBI training,
shortly
um,
after, yeah.
said the only thing that he really got out of it was he liked the public relations part stuff
Oh
that he
my
learned.
God.
Yeah.
He was terrible at that.
So, just like Kelsey said one time, the girls were gone and we were the stars. So,
Right. Right. Um yeah, I I feel sorry for Kelsey because I don't want people to blame her if she didn't do anything. But if if when Carter and her did that video where she was interviewing him
mm,
and she said something about who was the coroner, can you tell me? And he said no, and he looked at the camera and he lipped, "Oh my God," and he covered his mouth. To
yeah,
me,
she said, was it our local guys? And he said, yeah, it
right.
would have been Carroll County coroner. And
And
she
she said, "Oh,
said,
good, I
yeah,
know
oh,
who they are."
I know who that it is. We'll take
Yeah,
care of that.
yeah. Well, when he said, "Oh my God," and he looked at the camera, I think from then all the way now, they have a different relationship because I think he's figured her out. And I don't know if she committed any crime. All I do know is they've made it awfully uh kind of off try like almost making sure it looked like she committed a crime.
hmm
And because she's underage, why are you letting this underage girl talk about all this stuff that's so traumatizing?
Well,
And she doesn't seem
because
because she's
I
a
think,
minor.
yeah, I think it's really shitty what they did.
Yeah,
They used the fact that she was a minor, and made her the spokesperson when Mike Patty had been the spokesperson, and then took that position back over at the end.
right. Yeah, I don't think that was right for him to put her there, but I also noticed that a lot of videos, when Iowa Pappas ends a video and he's got Chase, Bree, and Kelsey on it, and he ends it and he doesn't have another live for another 2 more months, what's the reason behind that? I mean, are we supposed to be? That's just a little strange to me. So I don't want to blame her, but I also think that she does have some parts that she played, you know.
Well, my,
Um,
my personal opinion is that Kelsey is the somebody who knows.
right. Absolutely. She knows everything,
Um,
in my opinion.
yeah,
In my opinion. Um,
I don't
I
know if
think
she knows everything, but she knows. She's the
mhm,
somebody.
right. Yeah, I do think, they went through so many things like, oh, this one time, Libby walked in the bathroom and she was in the shower with some guy or something and she beat Libby over the head so that she didn't say nothing. Then there was, there's so many
There's
things that,
lots and I've heard lots and lots of rumors. Um,
yes,
I do know this. Those children were not in
traffic.
a safe community.
No.
I
Do
don't know
you,
if they were trafficked. I believe they were being groomed,
I
whether it was
believe that
by
they were
family
mules.
members or not. They weren't being protected by the family members.
Remember
Um,
when Jack said that whatever those 2 girls were going through was the same stuff that Tara and Derek went through?
mhm,
And he also has something where he says, "I feel sorry for Derek, Carrie, and Grandpa German."
mhm.
Now, isn't that weird? Because we all think Derek has something to do with it. Eric told this, a lot of people told this story about Eric, she was shot in the back and blah, blah, blah. And, like so many stories that went around. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um, we know that a lot happened to the girls, a lot. And it didn't take 45 minutes.
no.
They would have had way more uh, markings on their bodies, but they weren't. And I can tell you, I know the girl who, and I don't give a fuck if she knows who I am. I can tell you, I know the girl who put the black marks on the bodies, and
On the crime scene
also,
photos, you mean?
yep, yep, and also did the whitewashing.
Is that De Bruin?
Nope,
Oh, okay.
nope. It's an ex of Greenos. I got a lot of my information from her. She has a
Jess?
laptop. Yeah,
Mm.
LV.
Email me.
I will. I will. It's interesting. I had a relationship for 2 years of just getting information from somebody that I didn't really enjoy talking to,
Hmm.
but I did it because I want to know the truth.
Yeah.
And she was dating Greeno, and he tried to kill her too, but she couldn't stop for more. And so I just took note of everything she gave me,
Yeah.
and you would not believe some of
Yeah,
the
I'd
stuff I
like
had.
to talk to you about that because I have a few things on that too. So
Okay.
let's
Okay.
get together
Yep.
behind the scenes sometime and
Definitely, definitely. But I wanted to clear the ear. I wanted to
clear
clear the
our
air
ears and
because
clear the
yeah,
air.
because I've always been known, and then when if somebody wants to call me out, they're like, "Oh yeah, she is the one that said she was in the helicopter that day," and I'm like, "Yeah, fuck you." I'm
No,
like,
you
I
can be
said
the
it for
one
a
in this
reason.
community that has the courage and the testicular fortitude
I love
to
that
stand
word,
up and say, "Hey, I did something that was wrong and I want to make amends for it. I want to tell the truth."
and
And
I wanted to for
much
so
respect,
long.
much respect. And I bet you feel a
Thank
thousand
you.
times better now, don't you?
Yes, yes, because I wanted that story out. I've been wanting to tell it for 2 years now, and like I get blocked, I get, and I'm like,
Right.
oh my God, I'm getting shadow banned all the time if I mention a certain word. And, but I honestly, I wasn't trying to lie. I was just trying to say, well, I'm looking out the same view and I'm thinking to myself, okay, yeah, I was in the helicopter.
Yeah.
That's just how it worked. I wasn't trying to be, I wasn't trying to lie. I really wasn't.
I
This
gotcha.
case has enough fucking lies as it is to go with it. Okay.
Yep, it sure
Nobody
does.
needs me to tell lies. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? But no, I've never lied on purpose. I've given information out and not known it was true. So that's misinformation, not disinformation.
Mhm.
But because I really, really thought it and somebody really, really told it to me, and then I find out like, oh my God, that wasn't the truth. And I want to make sure that everybody knows it.
Yeah.
I spoke something and I said something, but it wasn't the truth. And now I know it's not, there are, that can happen with all of us. It's just, I was the one that
Sure.
opened up my big mouth and said, yes, that was me, but thank you girls for giving me the chance and the outlet to be able to explain that, because it's always been it's a new day. I've been through 100 different names. I'm
Yep.
not going to change anymore. I'm Gizmo. I'm Gizmo. I'm Tracy. I'm from Michigan, and I'm 56.
I love it.
If I give all that, how much more you want to dox? Okay. Oh, yeah, I got a daughter. I got grandkids. Yeah. You want to call me, get them fired? Go ahead. Okay. So I don't know. I just wanted to clear the record.
Thank you so much.
No,
I
yeah,
appreciate
thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. And you girls, I'll be listening. I love your shows. I love Christina. She has some great stuff.
Yeah, she does.
Aries Fire, she has great stuff. Adrian,
Yeah.
amazing. All of you girls are really impressing a lot of us, because I think we could have used all of us a long time ago.
Well, here we are. Let's do it.
That's right. We couldn't have done it without you guys coming
Believe
up with
it
a
or not,
channel.
I was in the shadows for a long time. I was doing stuff in the background on New Day's channel
Yep.
for a
Yep.
while.
Oh, really?
And then, yeah,
Yeah,
oh
she
yeah,
was helping with some of
Yeah.
the more highly produced videos that I put out.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm the long form video girl.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
And
that
then
one.
finally she's talked me into doing lives, so we came up with
I'm
this. And
so glad that she did, because you know what? I think the lives give us a little bit more. We kind of get to know each other by knowing. You put the voice with the writings and everything else, and I just wanted to clear the record and just say, yes, I did lie.
No,
Thank
And my
you.
name is Tracy. And my name is Tracy. I'm from Michigan, and I'm 56. And I'm not sexually frustrated. You're going to hear that out of me all the time, okay?
We love you, girl. Thank you so much for
All right, I
stopping by
love you
tonight.
girls
Yeah,
too.
thank you,
Thank you so much
Gizmo.
for everything. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, you guys have a great night. I'll be listening.
All right. Thanks.
All right,
All right,
you
thank
too.
you.
Ann. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye bye, Ann.
I don't know how to end it, but I'll try.
I got you, Gizmo. Sorry. I forgot I had to do something
Nice.
there.
That was awesome.
Yeah, so that was awesome, and everybody thank Gizmo for that, because that takes a lot of guts.
It does
to
take a
admit
lot of
something
courage.
It really
I
does, and I
have a
appreciate
lot of
that.
respect for that.
I
Yeah.
do. Yeah. That takes a lot.
Yeah, very well spoken too. Good job,
Yeah,
Gizmo.
very
Thank you.
much. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Let's see. So let me put that link back in. If anybody else would like to come in and chat, we'd love to hear from you. Aries, people have been talking about you.
Yeah, Aries
And
Fire's got
of
some
course,
good stuff.
Christina, if you want to come in, of course, always. We can put several people up here. While we're while people are kicking that idea around, let me put up a couple things. I've got something that you wanted me to put up the other night, and I didn't see it till too late. And then
Oh, yeah.
I've got something that Christina sent, and something that I want to look at too. So let's see. I'm going to put yours up here first. Let me see. Let me rearrange this a little bit. Boom.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the comments off real
Yeah.
quick so we can see it better. There we go. Okay. So you sent this to me the other day, and Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, that'd be great, Ameth. We'd love to hear from you whenever you get home and get safe. Yeah, just come on in. Um, so go ahead and talk about this picture a little bit.
Well, I snapped it off of one of Eye of Apophis' videos, and it's a segment where Ron Logan is being interviewed, and he's taking a female news reporter through his property, and he's showing her where the crime scene was. And they're standing right here at this area,
Mm-hmm.
and he says, he points. I don't know if everybody can see over on the left-hand lower third of the photo. In the background is the Monon High Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
This is on Ron's side. This is very near the crime scene. If you'll notice, pretty much dead center, there's a walking path, a gravel walking path.
Mm-hmm.
And if you walked into that photo and you took that walking path and you followed it, it would take you down the gravel pit, over that little ridge there where you can't see it anymore, and back up the other side of the gravel pit, and then along that eastern heading, you'll be walking northwest, and eventually you will come out at the beginning, the north end of the Monon High Bridge. And Ron Logan makes the statement to the reporter. He points that way towards the bridge. And he said, the land and the bridge meet up right down there. That was the last place that the girls were seen in a photograph. And so, yeah, I thought that was interesting. And what I really found interesting about this photo is the gravel path.
Mm-hmm. And what about it?
Well, the grass is different over there than it is at the north and south end of the Monon High Bridge. And when you watch the 43-second video,
Mm-hmm.
and Liberty German turns away from the Monon High Bridge after we don't see the bridge anymore. We see Abby run by, or what's supposed to be Abby run by, and we hear Libby say, we can't go that way, so we have to go down there, or whatever it is she says, that is not that be a gun. And you don't see the Monon High Bridge anymore. You see what looks like the path off the south end of the bridge, and you see down the hill, you see the private drive down there. But we know those pictures are overlaid. Those images are overlaid, and they have masking in them. It's, to me, in my opinion, it's a collage of photographs laid on top of each other. They're layered. There's lots of layering. But that path looks like this path more than what the actual path looked like at both ends of that bridge.
I agree, because in Julie Melvin's video that we have shown, when they get to that end of the bridge, that path is narrower, and when they're looking down the embankment, it looks different than in the 43-second video.
It does. You talking about Julie Melvin's video?
Yep.
Yeah. It's much more clear. Doesn't seem there's as many trees.
And the embankment is shallower in the 43-second video. In my opinion, it's shallower than in Julie's.
Well, it's because there's
Like when they're
actually
looking
like
down.
2 hills there. I mean, you go down because I've watched people do it on videos. You kind of go down a little ways, and then you have to like it kind of levels off, and then you have to like turn and kind of go the other way down the other portion of the hill to get down to the private drive.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the 43-second video, it looks like just one hill, one straight drop.
Yeah. Yeah.
That you can just walk down that hill and go straight to the private drive.
Yeah, and we've been saying that. Well, we've talked a lot about that not being. Let me add Christina up here real quick. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
there we go.
I didn't realize she was here. I was
Yeah,
eye blocking.
But yeah,
I'm very tired. I'm just kind of sitting here with my eyes closed and just listening and thinking and.
right. I've said many times one of the very first things I said when I saw the 43-second video was that these are 2 different things put together.
Mm-hmm.
That was the very first thing I said. The one looked more like a geocaching video to me, with the gravel path, that part where Libby's talking supposedly.
Yeah.
And then the other part looks completely created. And we've talked a lot about why we believe that. And that trail appears wider than in the footage from that time period that Julie showed.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, the embankment, everything. I mean, there's issues with it.
What's up? Oh, hey, Christina.
Yeah, we've yeah, what's up, Christina? Yeah.
Hey guys, hey chat.
Hey.
Our little
what's up,
southern
girl?
Sistina.
I love y'all, gosh. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I just
You're never an interruption. Always a delight. Glad to have you.
oh
Never.
thank
Yeah,
you.
we're glad because maybe people want to, maybe somebody wants to come in and ask you some questions too. So, because
Yeah.
you've certainly given us a lot of great information, and
Oh, well,
you
thank y'all.
know,
I've learned a
you're-
ton from
you're-
you guys. So
well, I mean, mutual. I mean, the things that we've talked about and everything else, like we've said, the things that you've found in those documents, put a lot of meat on those bones.
right. Yeah, there's a ton out there, for sure. But yeah, whenever you guys were just talking about this photo, do you remember just like the other day whenever I sent you the picture, like how barren that like hill area
Yes.
looks?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never compared those before. And I literally did just the other day, and I thought, hold on a minute, this looks completely different.
It does
Well-
look different. Mm-hmm.
When in that James Renner interview, when Kelsey's talking about the geocaching, and James Renner asks her, is there one at the Monon High Bridge? And she says, there's 2.
Yep, she does.
There's one under the bridge, right at the start of it, so you don't have to cross it. And there's one in the woods off the side of the road as you're driving there.
She sure did.
Yep.
right up under the north side of the bridge, and that's where everyone says that they were.
Hmm.
The focus was at during the night search, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what Eric Williams said. He said he came in from the south end of the bridge to like cross it, and he was stopped and told he couldn't, and he pretty much told them where to cram it, and he said he went across anyway. And then he said he went down under, and he's like, that's where everybody was. He said prior to that, you really didn't see hardly any people out there searching. It's
Well, and then
interesting that they would be under there. Oh, go ahead,
and then
artist.
we have two very suspicious pictures of
Yes.
of the base of that bridge
Mm-hmm.
from two different searchers.
Right. That it is so weird how the focus was there.
Yeah.
And then one of those searchers acted very peculiar in the back of the Blue Moose when Kelsey was doing an interview and started talking about geocaching. Gets all
Blue
flustered,
Moose.
makes a phone
Uh-oh.
call, leaves.
Are you
And
calling?
then
Are you
Kelsey's phone
calling?
rings.
Are you calling Michael Osbrook? You said Blue Moose.
Is it a bat call?
Oh, Blue Moose.
The bat
And that
signal?
always perks his ears. He's like,
summons
they're
him.
talking about blue mooses. There's no blue mooses in that picture. Like, you don't listen very well, do you? He listens to respond. He doesn't listen to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great
we notice a
observation.
lot.
though.
Well, it took a while, but to like really pick up on that, and I didn't notice that before for a while, and then one day it was like, holy crap. I mean, I
Right.
knew he walked out. I knew that there was, she kind of side eyes as he walks out, but I didn't notice him back there, and you got to
once
pay a
you
lot of
watch some-
attention because he looks a little flustered and then he kind of disappears. But as he's starting to walk out, he puts something in his pocket, which, I assumed was his wallet, but I don't believe that was his wallet.
Right.
Yeah, the timing of the phone call from Mike was yeah. He called
Well,
him. He said she's talking about the geocaching. Yeah, something. There's something about that.
I have to
Yeah,
watch
it's
things
weird.
multiple times, or else I can't catch it all. You know what I mean? I have to do that frequently with many things, so I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I rewatch stuff, a lot because sometimes, you just don't always see it all at first. I'm gonna put your picture up here that you sent the other day.
It kind of looks like it. It kind of looks questionable, but
There's a
But I-
weenus hanging, or a
I know.
snake.
Well, I gotta tell you though, Christina,
yeah.
and I don't have it right now, but
Hmm.
I think I'll put it up on the next live or two. Maybe not Wednesday because we're doing the other thing, but I think I found a match for your shadow.
Do you think so, really? Because that's
Uh-huh.
wild. Like, I didn't mean for it to look like it looks, but my original thought was like, that looks like a holster or something.
Yeah.
And that's where this came from. So, what do you think?
I believe it's camera parts.
Oh, okay. So that could make sense if it were something.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go look at, until she can get it posted, if you go look at the images of the two men
Yeah.
who are on the Red Bridge
Yes.
during the helicopter search, yes.
Okay.
And I believe, in my opinion, from my research, I believe those two men are the drone operator, Phil Benson, and J. Kyle Keener, the photographer from the Pharaoh's Tribune at the time. And if you go look at those gentlemen standing there, I believe this is Keener's shadow.
I could see that. And, actually, the side where I thought was possibly like a holster, I didn't know, it may actually extend like further down. If you look, there's sort of underneath the yellow, like long area. It's like there is some shadow that goes down further, but I couldn't tell if that was a part of it for sure. But it could be like something longer,
Mm-hmm.
but it may not. I don't know.
Yeah.
That very well could be that.
Well, when
I'm
you look
actually
at that
looking for
picture, he's
that.
got like a bag over his shoulder.
Yep.
And it's their camera bags and stuff for his equipment and lenses and and
Yeah.
he's got some things attached to his belt. Um,
Whoa. I didn't think about him either. And like they acted so weird too, I thought.
yeah,
Like when the helicopter comes over them, they like notice it and then they just turn around and face the road. Like who sees a helicopter and doesn't look at it? I'm always like, you know what I'm saying? Especially if it's that low. Why would
mm,
they just turn their back
Yeah.
to it?
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. It is.
yeah, a tripod too, Gizmo. Yep.
Yeah, when I was tracing it, I thought maybe a holster because I was like, hold on a minute, that looks weird. And then I started tracing, and I was like, oh, and I was like, okay, that looks a little bit crazy. But I kept on going, and I thought that is the weirdest shadow for a teenage girl who was there with, I guess, nothing, you know.
Mm.
I'm
And
actually
I would,
looking for that picture right now.
yes, I
Um,
would love to see it. But you know, the other shadow
I'm
of her
trying
right
to see
after
where I
she
put it.
turns from the bridge, it's like it looks like a backpack or something. You're actually right, artist. Because
Hmm.
remember, it looks
Mm-hmm.
like it's like so bulky.
Mm-hmm. And he's wearing one in that. I found one, but it's not the one I'm looking for. But yeah, he's got like a backpack on. He's got stuff in his pockets, like hanging out, and I'm like, that. I think that is a match for basically
Whoa.
that
Well, he
shadow.
also has on his I don't know if it's his Facebook or Instagram but he's got like his social media. He's got a collection of different photographs he's taken,
Hmm.
um, his art, um, and
Oh,
he likes taking pictures of his shadow.
whoa.
I
Mm-hmm,
think
he
he's our
does.
shadow man.
Yeah, he.
Oh, that just, oh my
I
gosh,
think he
this,
might be.
that is weird. This was
Eye
just
of
me.
Apophis shows him bend down and walk past the front of the 2019 presser as as everyone's leaving the stage.
Have, oh, you know, that's
Mm-hmm.
really interesting because if the other person that I'm was just now thinking of is him, and then it's weird he would be in all these places because have you seen in the helicopter footage where whoever I think it's one of these guys, the two men walking, where they at the end of Freedom Bridge, one of them comes out from underneath like a tree beside the bridge out of
Hmm.
no. You've seen
Yeah,
it?
they come out of the tree line onto that red bridge. Yes.
Like why would they even
Yeah,
be
they
in that
do.
tree?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's almost like he comes out of a hole or it's weird
Hmm. Yep.
because I
Yep.
don't know how you couldn't see him. That is
Yeah, it
very
is
weird. I'm
peculiar,
glad y'all
isn't
saw.
it?
Yeah, because I mean, what the hell would they have been doing? That's I don't know. Okay, but this is interesting with the shadow. This was just something I just was playing around with the other day. I just saw it and it just kind of
Yeah, when
I
you
thought
sent it outlined like that, I was like, "Oh my God, you're a genius! Why didn't I think of that?"
I've never thought to do it.
Yeah,
It
I
just
know. I
occurred to
was like,
me.
dang. Yeah, it never
Yeah.
occurred to me to do that either.
Well, it should
So,
have, because these are the kinds of things that Gizmo was talking about that Valerie used to do.
Mm-hmm.
She would actually draw on what she saw on the image.
Yeah.
Um, and Raffy's done that too before in the past.
Yeah. Well, and remember too, I sent you guys the other day that twig that was glitching, or to me it seemed like it was glitching. I don't know for a fact that it was, but it was very bizarre. It was hard to see because it was kind of going in and out. But it was to me. It looked like it was glitching because I thought, where would the light source have been hitting it from? If it,
Artist said she saw it, but I couldn't catch it. I couldn't. I need it pointed
oh,
out
what
to me, I
the
guess.
flash
Yeah.
from the woods?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, the
I
little
actually yesterday I think I got a
It
pretty much
almost
got
looks like
a
a portion of
screenshot
it's
of it flashing.
yeah, it almost looks like a portion of it's redacted out. It's like if you took a, a succession of still images and then you ran them together like a video,
oh
and
yeah,
there's like a
like
a
a
frame
scene
missing.
almost.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah,
looks like to me.
right. It's well, it right. And like whenever artists had mentioned the like the walkway, That's one of the things I was glancing at too that the other day. Just, just sort of just taking a break from digging into all the stuff that I did. But I was looking at that, and then I happened to see the shadow. But there's so many things that I don't know, just kind of occurred to me that day. And then I thought, oh yeah, let me go get that video from Julie Melvin and compare the trees, because it was supposedly like within a month after that. And I was shocked to see there were about half of the amount of trees down the hill. And I was
Right.
like, that's why I sent that to y'all. I was like, it was her video. It
Yep.
was just blurry because I had to zoom in on it, but there were like the trees they don't look the same at all. They're not
They
even in
don't.
the same place. Yeah,
They're not.
it's weird.
They're not.
Very weird. It's almost like AI or something like merged them together somehow, but because I want to say one of the rocks looks similar, but it's like, where the hell are the trees? They're full-grown trees gone.
Yeah, and go look at what I was talking about with the embankment.
Yeah.
Where Libby says this is where the path, this is the path that we go down. Look at that, and look at Julie's footage of that.
That same area. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you talking
they
about
don't look
looking
the
at the
same.
path? Are you talking about looking at the path on the hill?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
when Libby like kind of looks like this is the path, she kind of shows the path,
Okay.
and then
Yeah.
you kind of see a little bit of the embankment, and then look at Julie's when they're on that south end of the bridge and they're looking
Yeah.
down there, and she's talking about this is the hill, that whole thing.
Yeah. Love
Do
it.
my Julie voice again for you.
I love it. It's seriously spot on. It's so good. It really is. I love it.
Well, she sounds like my ex-sister-in-law, honestly. So I've had a lot of practice.
You've had a lot of practice.
Yes, I have.
I love
Yes.
it.
But yeah, go back and look at that and tell me what you think. Because to me, one looks much less of a decline than the other.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought. The one in Libby's little video, it looks just sort of like a slope, not an embankment,
Yes.
like a tall, because the one that you have to go down is actually really steep. I heard you kind of have to, you would probably slip if you didn't have something to hold on to. It's very high.
Yeah.
Let me go. I was going to look at the pictures I had because I'm kind of curious now again.
What's up, Mustang?
Yeah, that's.
Welcome in.
Yeah,
Glad
what's
you're
going
here.
on? Yeah.
Hi, Mustang.
Well, I'm trying
I'm
to
not looking
find
at the
where I
chat, but-
stuck these photos the other day. I'm so frustrated.
man.
So I may have to just send it to you and show it again on the next one.
Which one are you looking
Where
for?
I put it. Oh, I'm looking for that picture of the shadow. Let's see,
Oh, the
there's
one
that
you're,
one.
yeah.
The one that I'm
Wow.
looking for, and I don't know. I can't remember where I stuck it. So
I know.
makes me
I'm the same
mad.
way. Especially on the spot. If I'm trying to find something, you can hang it up. I ain't gonna find it.
Oh,
It
I
never
know,
fails.
right? I'll find it. As soon as I get done here tonight, it'll just like magically appear. But
Oh
I
no,
was
my
trying
brain
to
like suddenly is like,
see.
here it goes. I get it. It's like if I'm on the
It
spot, I
does it
can't.
too.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
hey.
this picture.
Did you see that news link I sent earlier today about the bust in Kokomo?
Oh no, I don't think I saw that. Hold on a second. It was about what? Hold on.
They busted like 40 people in Kokomo for drugs.
Oh, okay, my bad. I see that now. How did I miss that? Oh, I didn't. Oh my god, I didn't even see the.
They called it. Do you see what they named it?
Yes, I saw that. I
They
guess the other
called it
text-
Operation Butterball. I said, "Oh my God, they've been listening to you, Christina."
Oh my gosh. When
So I
was
said
how
Holman's
was
a
it?
fan. Holman's a fan.
Oh my gosh. Maybe it's a signal. That's so funny.
It's
Let's see. Kokomo.
yeah, Kokomo drug bust. 40 arrested in Operation Butterball.
Oh my gosh.
This
When was
was
that?
posted on August 18th.
Oh my gosh.
40 people were arrested in what the Kokomo Police Department referred to as Operation Butterball. Oh my God. The page keeps fucking refreshing. Sorry.
Oh
Stop
no,
it.
this is excellent. Where did they come up with
Stop it.
Operation Butterball from?
I
That's
have no idea, but I thought, man, that is great.
it's a good name.
It all began in April of 2025
Nice.
as an investigation by the department's Special Investigation Drug Task Force. Throughout the next 15 months, investigators say they made 55 undercover controlled buys involving methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl. 40 people were arrested, but police say there are still multiple suspects that remain at large. On Tuesday, they also said that more arrests would be made in the near future. Tuesday news release says there was assistance from multiple agencies during this operation, including the Kokomo Police K-9 Unit, Howard County Sheriff's Department, Howard County Adult Probation, and the DEA.
Wow. I just saw where you read the word like the drug task part or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That reminded me that I saw something in one of these transcripts that had like DT, like task squad or something. I wonder what that is. I wonder if it's something to do with like drug task force or something.
It is. Yeah. Holman headed up the drug task force division out of Lafayette.
Oh, I
Out
need
of
to
the
find this
Lafayette
transcript
Post.
to see
Mm-hmm.
who said that. Because whenever this crime happened, whoever it was from the FBI said in there, I think it was like an email or something from like Jay Abbott. And they're talking about it in one of these transcripts, and they said they have like the DT task squad or something on it now, and I did think that was interesting, but I didn't. I read it and it kind of, I kind of noted it and then kept going. But I did save it, and I have it here because I just saw it earlier. And whoever it is, he says specifically, is this it? No, I don't think it is. Specifically that. Here it is. Okay, so I forgot who they're interviewing here.
Emmett Webster. I was talking about Howard County. Kokomo is in Howard County.
Operation Butterball. I love it. I love it. Like high five to whoever named it that. Yeah. Okay, so this here says it's an email from the FBI is what they're talking about. And they say in here, they're talking about this drug. I guess this is what they said. It was an email from Greg Massa from the FBI. And they said that their joint investigative teams were working on some suspects, and they're talking, I think, about like Brad Holder and all them. Yeah, like Patrick Westfall. And then they said here that
Ferenczi headed up the drug task force out of Terre Haute.
That's interesting here because that's what it sounds like they could.
They basically had the same jobs, except Ferenczi was a Fed also.
Oh, yeah, and it says this email here says DT squad apprised and tasked sources to collect any intelligence which may assist, and that was from Greg Massa from the FBI. So I thought, I wonder if that's talking about the drug task force.
Well, I've said for a long time, I believe Jerry, old pork chop himself, is the muscle, and they were taking out the competition.
Right. Wow. Well, I mean, I absolutely believe he's crooked. So there's no telling what all he's done.
Well, and his partner for a long time was Kendall.
And who is that? I don't remember the name. But
he's an ISP trooper, but his specialty, he trains the guys who do the water searches.
Oh, wow.
So he probably was in charge of the Wabash River search.
Oh, for sure. We could get access to that. It's public record, I'm sure.
And the two of them and David Vito are thick as thieves.
Right. I just figured out who David Vito was the other day, and I was like, wait a minute. I don't know why I didn't realize who he was. But, You said something in the last live artist that I have really thought about a lot the past few days. And it was where you were talking about um, Holman and his spiel about not leaving Carroll County if they kept it. And I
Oh,
think that's
right. Mm-hmm.
actually, yeah, that was you, New Day, right? I think.
Say that again.
Yes. Was that you that said that about Holman? Like you had brought up Holman making this big promise to Carroll County if they kept it or something. It
Oh yeah,
will.
that was me.
Okay.
Liggett says that in the final presser where they're all celebrating the railroading of Rick, and Carter
Yes.
tells us if we don't like justice to go live somewhere else. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, when Liggett speaks, he says, "I wasn't the sheriff at the time,
Mm-hmm.
um, and my thought was initially that." Um, we probably didn't have the resources to be taking the lead on this case.
Right.
But Jerry Holman assured us that if Carroll County would take the lead, that the Indiana State Police would not leave us.
Yeah. That's been said other times too. And it didn't really register for me until you said it the other day when we were talking about it. And I think that you made it kind of click for me, where I haven't really given that too much thought. And I think you're definitely onto something though, because over the past few days, I, that's been on my mind. And I got to thinking also, do you remember whenever the Flora fires happened?
Yes, I
Uh,
knew that's where you were going. Good
yes,
job.
yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Yeah. Well, it's like who was over that investigation that they were being investigated for at whatever points? There's been multiple times.
Indiana State Police are
Hmm.
lead investigators on the Flora.
And well, not just Flora,
Mm-hmm.
but also investigating them for the money that come up missing, and
Yes.
also that land purchase
Mm-hmm.
that was reported. Now, I think the money
Mm-hmm.
was supposedly put back, but there was $18,000 or so that Shane Evans had removed or whatever from the general fund or something like that. And it said it was all put back, but he hadn't asked permission,
Mm-hmm.
some shit like that. And then that land purchase that was done by, I don't remember, it was one of the one of the councilmen for like Flora, or maybe it was like the committee thing. I can't remember, but same exact thing. They purchased that land, and then the attorney for that was on it,
Mm-hmm.
like on the land deed, he said, I didn't sign that. I don't know. I don't remember doing it. I
Yep.
have no record of doing that." So they opened an investigation, and guess who headed that up too?
Shane.
Indiana State Police
Oh,
oversight.
ISP. Yeah, the investigation
Well,
of it. Mm-hmm.
yeah, Shane did the money, and then some other guy on the council did like the purchase. Um, and then they approved it, of course, after that. It's like, really? But yeah, it was ISP who were tasked with investigating it. And you never hear anything about that. It was closed up. And it's almost like if ISP needed cover, if they were doing something, or if they were behind doing something,
Mm-hmm. Because I think I
then
said there was an ISP employee's
yep.
DNA at this crime scene.
Yeah, they couldn't match DNA for no freaking body else except for Kelsey by the time that they finally tested it, supposedly, and then an ISP person. But they didn't have enough DNA to test anybody else's. But somehow not an
An
agent, but
ISP employee, it was not a lab tech, for anyone out there who wants to say that.
yeah, and it was somebody who was not in the system at first or
That's
something.
right. It was an employee
Mm-hmm.
whose DNA was not in, what is it called, CODIS?
Yeah, I think so. But you know what jumped out to me at the trial? They literally never asked who it was.
Mm-mm.
They just breezed past it like they did
No,
everything else.
No, she said it wasn't a lab tech.
Mhm.
Um, and she clarified it was an ISP employee
Yep.
who they found their DNA had not been collected when they were hired.
And imagine that. Like, how did that happen?
Hmm.
That somebody's DNA wasn't taken when they
Well,
were hired.
first they tried to say that it was somebody that had been there a while and was like grandfathered in because apparently
Yeah, it was something.
they haven't always done that. But, you know,
Mm.
that's
But it makes you wonder what made them go
yeah.
back and like start checking to see who did or didn't have their DNA tested. How did they?
Yeah.
Or was it because they were pushed on it or something, or because it was caught, so they had to have a backstory? Maybe
Well,
it's like, you know,
my question when they first said that was, okay, so it's somebody that's been there a while and you haven't always done that, but why hasn't it been done? And then there was somebody that had the excuse of, well, they were making their way, you know, starting with, you know, all the new hires and working their way to the guys that have been there a while. But I don't really buy that. I mean, it doesn't take that damn long. You know what I mean?
you know, it seems
To,
easy enough to me to just check the fucking people who had anything to do with the case.
yeah, right. That's what. Oh, well,
That
that
seems
would
like
make
a great
sense,
place to start.
Christina. That would make some sense.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't be making sense here.
Yeah, not at ISP. That's the thing, though. It's like, to me, it makes me think that they may have known, and then whenever it was noted, or um, somebody realized it, I guess maybe from the defense, then they had to have a reason to explain why they hadn't said anything before. Maybe, I don't know.
Mm.
Wow, that's interesting. And see, I have long thought that this was likely something, I don't know, like local, and I don't know what it is. But I think it's a lot more simple than it's been made out to be, though, by
Oh,
them.
I do too.
Yeah,
I do too.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, is what I think it is, and that's why it's. What was it? I think. What were you guys talking about earlier? Oh, y'all are asking about who was checking the tire, and I
Yeah.
was saying, all we got to do, all we got to do is do a public records request to get the AVLs, the auto, the whatever. Oh, I can't remember it now. The vehicle locators on the cruisers. That's public record.
Yeah.
Any
Okay.
of us could do those records requests. If anybody wants to, I'll show you how. Anybody in the chat, I will. I need to put the stuff up here to do that. You know, and that's the point. You know, remember Eye of Apophis? Remember his quote in his video? The complimentary bread is not free.
That's right. It's not.
That's what he's also
Mm-hmm.
talking about. He's talking
Mhm.
about like this GitHub that they're giving away all this stuff. It is not free. It comes at a cost.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that if
Mm-hmm.
it's there to satiate you, it's there to satisfy you, to
Yep.
keep you from you know, banging on the table wanting your food. It's the same thing. It's to keep people from going to Carroll County, White County, Cass County, ISP, and putting in their own public records request. Why? Because we
Right.
got everything here we need.
Right. Trust me, bro. It's the way this
Exactly.
whole investigation has
Mhm.
gone.
Yeah. And you know what I noticed today? I was looking at the phone extractions, and what I thought was interesting was the extractions and stuff or the records that I got from the appeals clerk. One of the phone extractions there's several pages with both of them that are redacted, like the pages, but somehow on the GitHub, like one of them has every single page, and it's not numbered like the others. So I'm like, where did that come from? Is that put out there? Like, I guess maybe that's one that was put out like by whoever, but it's not in the appeal clerk record that I have at all. I cannot find it.
That's odd.
And it's possible it's in there. It's hard for me to be able to go through every single. There's literally hundreds of pages in every exhibit volume, and there's like 17 exhibit volumes plus, oh God, like, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 supplemental exhibit volumes, and they're hundreds of pages each.
Send
And
some of them over, girl. I'll go through them.
yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, I
Mhm.
will. There are Serious. There's so much. Not, and that's just the exhibits, not
Wow.
including the briefs,
Mm.
the transcript volumes, and that's like they're in a folder. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And yeah, I'm happy to send it to you. It is um, a massive amount. And anyway, I don't know where those came from, but it's. I didn't even try to go through the phone thing because I don't trust it. So not the other one. And but yeah, it the very first top thing that I saw, like it looked nothing like mine, and I was like, hang on a minute, like this doesn't make sense. And then another thing that I noticed was the catalog that's out. I can't find it anywhere in the appeal clerk record at all.
Can't
It
find it
says
anywhere in what?
the
The-
appeal clerk record,
Oh,
like all of the records, the
No.
catalogs are not in there. I went and found it where it says it is, and it says it is confidential. And so I thought, let me go in here and find where they're talking about it in the record, like the transcripts. And guess what? What they're talking about does not match the CAD record that's out. The times
What's it?
do not match.
well, imagine that.
Yeah, I literally just before y'all's live, I was looking at that. And they're like, you said
Oh.
you were here at 5:57. And
Ooh.
it's like, there's nothing near that. Like, I don't know if that's the exact number, but it doesn't match. So,
Mm.
yep. Anyway, sorry, artist. You can go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, ladies, I got to take a little break.
Oh, no.
I've had too much iced
You
tea
do?
today. Got a potty break. I'll be back in a
Oh,
few
my
minutes.
goodness.
Do your thing, girl.
Okay.
I
Oh, my gosh.
need to try to look at chat. It's so hard for me to like. I'm always afraid.
To
Sometimes
do.
whenever I do that, it'll
Yeah.
log me off. Let's see.
Man,
I
I
don't know
think
what
I'm gonna
everybody's
have to
saying.
go. Yeah, I'm gonna give up looking for this picture right now because I am not finding it. It's
No,
making me
no, yeah.
mad.
Girl, I know that's how it is. By the time you get off of here, you'll suddenly just mysteriously find it. That's just how it is. I've
Oh
just
yeah,
accepted it. I've just learned like I don't even try anymore in the moment because I'll never find what I'm looking for. I just know
that's right. I mean, that's just Murphy's law, right? That's just
exactly.
how it goes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It is interesting though. Well, I tell you
Yeah.
what. While she's taking a break, I'm gonna put this other picture up here. I
Oh,
sent you this
yes.
one earlier. Let
Awesome. Let's see
me.
here.
I'm gonna
Oh,
stay.
yep.
So if anybody else wants to come into the chat, I'm putting this link in here again. Like anybody, seriously, you're all welcome. We can have a big old party in here.
Yes, maybe Amos can come up or whoever.
Yes. So, and actually, New Day's got some more photos that I think we're going to be talking about these because this is an interesting little group of people. She's got some more photos that are relative to this.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, these were all taken supposedly, I believe, on the morning of the 13th.
I'll have to look at the shadows. I don't know if I've paid that much attention, but yeah, you're right. That is the Conklins or some of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And there, I mean, this is morning time. If I remember the
Mm.
story correctly, it's supposed to be in the morning, like pretty early.
Oh,
I'm
really?
like,
Okay. They don't seem like they're dressed for cold weather, though, do they?
no, not
'Cause it,
really. I don't know what the temperature was the morning of the 13th,
I would
but
think
I
it would
don't
be
think
even
it
colder.
was. Yeah, I don't think it was warm enough to be running around with some kind of jacket.
Right.
And
I,
I've got to look at the. To me, these look more like the afternoon.
Yeah, exactly.
To me, still
Yeah,
not.
there's a.
I mean, may not be warm enough to be running around like that. But yeah, these are curious photographs. And I've got more. I just happened to find these the other day when I was looking for something else.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I wish I could tell where they're at. It's kind of hard to. The
well,
shadows do look pretty long, and then it's
mm-hmm.
a yellow sky. Usually, yellow is kind of where it's kind of getting to the afternoon,
Yeah.
but it's and you can see if you notice the bridge behind that, because whatever her name is, I forgot. I never remember her name.
Carmelita?
It's Carmelina or whatever. Yeah.
Carmelina, yeah.
I can never remember.
Yeah, Carmelita.
Yeah, if you look behind her, you see how big like the bridge is. I would
Yeah.
think that the sun is really low in the sky to make the bridge extend out that far. Because if it were up higher, it would make it, it would slowly be, getting smaller. But I don't know which
Yeah.
direction it's going.
Yeah, I mean,
Could be
they
early
look
morning
more
though.
like afternoon to me, but
I
yeah,
thought so
just,
too.
I haven't seen these in a while. They're kind of, I don't know, interesting pics, so to speak.
Have you seen all the others that she did? Like, it's weird because, I mean, it is a
I've got
beautiful
more,
area.
yeah. I just saw these and like sent them up the chain in my
Yeah.
gallery, but I was like, man, I got to go back and find this because yeah, and New Day's got some other ones very interesting concerning the younger lady there
Oh yeah, right. Well,
that
they
are
took like these weird ones of like all in the woods, and there is one of them. I posted it on my page. It's like the weirdest thing in the woods, and I don't normally find weird stuff in images, but I did in that one, and I thought that is very bizarre because they just had pictures like just of like the bank,
yeah,
and stuff like that.
Do you see they all, good
right.
observation, Jimily. They all have the same shirts on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Oh, hey,
Nice.
Ameth Webster's here.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You,
Let me bring.
you wanting to
what do
show
you
your
need?
face, hun? Because your camera's on. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me snatch this down real quick. Yeah, we're gonna be talking more about these. I forgot all
Mm-hmm.
about these photos, but yeah, they're curious. Let me see here.
Yeah, bring Ameth in.
I am. I'm getting. Yeah, I was just getting that picture off.
Awesome.
Hi, Emmett. How are you?
I'm good.
Hi.
How are you?
Hey
We're
there.
just fine.
Oh,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you guys.
Nice
I
to meet
feel
you.
it's nice to meet you. My wife is here too, but doesn't want to be on camera
Hi,
because
wife.
Hi.
they can't see you, honey. It's fine. But she's got her a blanket over her head. So. But anyway, so I don't know where to be, or I don't want to overstate things, but you guys may want to know that I actually was acquainted with Abby and Libby when they were alive. I don't know if you guys knew that.
No, not at all.
No.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, but I'll spill some of the tea. Like, it was funny because like the murders had happened a few months before my wife and I had gotten married. Actually, like we knew each other and stuff, of course, but and we lived together and everything, but like she hadn't really paid attention to him, to the like she's into true crime and stuff like I am, but like Delphi didn't become an obsession for her so much until after Richard Allen was convicted, because she's like, what the hell, why is he convicted? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and we both like really followed it ever since he got convicted. And I had like remembered seeing the bridge guy, because the Patties were pounding the pavement, putting the bridge guy photo name out, all that crap. And I remember seeing the photo everywhere, and I remembered seeing, because I like the reason I knew Abby and Libby a little. I don't want to sound like I knew them super well, but they had come to a Girl Scout day camp that I worked at one year. That my mom was like I don't want to say her name because I don't want to dox myself, but it's the same last name as mine. But she was like queen of the Girl Scouts in the area where I grew up for many years. Like she was the face of Girl Scouting. It was ridiculous. And she signed me up for Girl Scouts every year until I was like well into my 20s. And that was irritating until the one year that there was a day camp that I was an adult and I could get paid to work at it. And
Yeah.
that was the year where Abby and Libby had come to day camp. And they would, like, when I had told my wife, like, after we'd followed the Delphi case for a little bit, I was like, I knew them. And she didn't believe me at first. Like, I don't think she thought I was lying. She may have thought I was trying to sound more connected than I was. I don't know. But more or less, she just didn't believe that I was a Girl Scout at 27 years old, which, which I wasn't actually that old. I was more like 18 or 19 years old because Abby and Libby would have still been in the single digits. And like they were still really young. It was like years before they died. And then Kelsey was a little older. I knew her too. And actually, my mother, I'm reticent to say this in case anybody sees it because it would probably hurt her feelings. But she was, Kelsey was just a kid herself. But my mother had called her at one point, called her an insufferable twit. Like I don't remember what, like, I don't know. She was very irritating to my mother and to
Some
me.
kids can. Some kids have the
Well,
tendency
yeah.
to
Well,
be every once in a while.
she was especially irritating. Like there was one time that I was like, somebody better come get this bitch. Like I could not like not. I thought it was just me, but my mom was much more of an adult than I was, and she couldn't stand her either. So I don't know. It's
You know
like
what? I find that very interesting.
really.
Yeah, and the reason that I do, and thank you for sharing that with us.
Oh, no problem.
I find it interesting because Kagan Klein said that he stopped talking to Liberty because she was annoying.
She was annoying. I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, but she was a kid.
But I feel like maybe he was
but
talking to
Was, I
Kelsey.
see where you're going. Yeah,
Yeah,
Kelsey was more annoying. Well, Kelsey
Yeah,
was. Yeah.
we kind of have a feeling that Liberty's name was being used and
Yeah.
someone
But it was her.
else's photographs were being used
Well,
Mhm.
or
yeah.
being sent to him for money.
Well, yeah,
Teenagers
that
do
makes
stuff
sense.
like, yeah, teenagers do dumb stuff like that. Yeah, God, if y'all knew some of the stuff I did.
Well, and why else would Kelsey have lied about like the whole, Anthony Shots? Do you know him? I
Yeah.
wish.
I
Why would she lie
wish.
about it? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like, but she was just a shady kid. She was closer to I was still older. I still am older than she is, obviously, but like a lot older. But I guess I'm not that much. I'm 42, so I don't know how old Kelsey is now, but she and Libby both were kind of precocious. Like I had always suspected, and I was barely an adult myself, and I'm reticent to say this too because I don't have anything to base it on, but I suspected at that time that Libby was being abused.
They probably
Like,
both have been through that.
yeah, like, and I
Mhm.
never thought that about Kelsey, but like, I felt like Libby was being abused in some way, especially with how, because she would say like, and she wouldn't have. I don't think she would have even been 10 yet. Like, she would have been like 8 or 9, maybe. I don't know. She was young. Like this was like I said, it was years before the murders, and like they were old enough to be in Girl Scouts, but they weren't old enough to be like volunteers or anything. Like
right.
you could be 13 and be a volunteer, and they weren't that old yet.
Were they
And
old enough that they were in the care of the Patties rather than their
uh,
parents?
Yeah, they would have been.
I remember I knew Carrie too. Like actually, I ran into the Patties, Carrie, and Kelsey a few years ago.
Well,
Actually,
she's had
here in the
custody
town where
since
I live. Or I'm
Libby
sorry,
was
what?
3. She's had custody since Libby was 3, and
When since
then
Libby was 3. Well, and I
yeah,
mean,
and
yeah.
then
So then, yeah, definitely they were old enough. But Carrie was still like in their lives. Like I don't remember seeing her as much. I'd only seen her once or twice, and I remember like when I ran into the Patties and Kelsey and Carrie, like just recently. Like Carrie's been more involved in their lives than what the like
I
some
know.
that I've known
right,
of. And
That's
the
she was.
Patties talked to her a lot more. Like I ran into him just like a year or two, maybe 2 or 3 years ago here in town, which where I don't want to dox myself, but I live in it's still in southern Indiana, but it's a much bigger city than Delphi, but it's actually one of the bigger cities in Indiana, but it has a small town feel about it. It's kind of weird, but for somebody that's from like Delphi, it's not that far from Delphi or from where I grew up, which also wasn't, which was really close to Delphi, and where the Girl Scout camp was and shit, obviously. But like, I mean, for somebody from there, the city where I live now seems like a big city. Like,
Yeah.
And I ran into him a few years ago, and it was really strange because I was kind of surprised. I remembered them, but only because I've seen them on TV and stuff recently. But Kelsey I was in Goodwill, and Kelsey actually said to me, she's like, "Excuse me, and Amith is the name I go by, but I'm not going to say my real name. But it's like Amith isn't very far from my real name. It's like a variation of my real name." And everybody called me Amos at the time I did the Girl Scout day camp, except for my mother. And so, like, everybody in the group, like anybody affiliated with Girl Scouts, knew me as my real name. And so, anyway, like, it was weird for anybody to be calling me by my real name. She's like, "Is your name this? And do you have a mom named this?" And I turned around, and there's Kelsey freaking German, of all people. And I was like, I felt I was just like, what? And so I was like, "Yeah, Kelsey, how you been, girl?" And like then I like Mike Patty, who I don't think knew who the hell I was, but he knew. Like, I know he had a face, like he had a look of recognition when I said my mom's name in front of him, and Becky Patty remembered who I was, and Carrie remembered who I was. And it was I remember texting my wife and saying, "You will not believe who I just ran into." And she's like, "I can't wait. Who is it?" She's like, "Oh, wow, that's not what I was expecting." But like, it was funny because we were all talking, and Kelsey is like always been like, she wants people to like her.
Yeah, you can
I don't
tell
know
it.
if, like, I don't know if she has like a dependent personality disorder, or like Richard Allen, ironically, or what it is, but yeah, or if she mirrors people. But she's pretty tech savvy, obviously. And yet, while we were talking, she told me that, because I was talking about fixing somebody's phone, or I don't know what the heck it brought it up. She's like, "Hey, my phone's doing something. Can you look at it for me?" And I said, without even thinking, I said, "Girl, I am not touching your phone." And it was funny because Mike and Becky didn't find that very amusing, but Carrie was cracking up. And she thought it was really funny. And I was like, "But if you'll tell me what it's doing, I'll try to walk you through it." Yeah, no. But anyway, like, I don't know, the conversation kind of ended soon after that. But I mean, self-preservation kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't pay me enough. But yeah, but like at the Girl Scout day camp, like I was like, Abby was a really sweet kid. Like, they were kind of like a yin and a yang. Like, because Libby was obnoxious, which I don't say that in a bad way. I was obnoxious. I was a very obnoxious child. Like, but she was very outgoing, and she was obnoxious, but at the same time, she was very precocious. And I was kind of surprised to find out how young she was. I like, Abby was every bit as young as she looked, but Libby definitely came across as older, and Kelsey did too. And she didn't used to do that freaking baby voice that she does now.
Yeah,
don't
we've
think
talked a
that's-
lot about that baby voice, how that baby
Yeah.
voice has evolved
Yeah.
and gotten more babyish over the years.
Yeah. Well, she didn't even talk like that when I saw them all a few years ago. Like, I mean, her voice is deeper than mine. Like, I don't know why she's talking in that fucking, or excuse my language, that freaking baby voice. Like,
I think she did in
what
her
is she
early
doing?
interviews. I don't think she really does many interviews now anymore, but it seems like she was bad about that for a long time. Maybe like when she was in college, especially.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when we noticed it the most.
She
Yeah.
came across more like a 12 to 14-year-old mentality than
I wonder
someone
if
who was in
it's,
college.
I wonder if
Yeah.
it's got something to do with like trying to present herself as younger. To
That's
like,
what I believe,
Yeah,
girl.
that's
That's
what we think.
exactly what I believe. I think it's something that she was groomed to do
Yeah.
in order to get certain men's attention.
Babied. Yeah.
Yeah,
To be like
yeah,
babied,
that
probably.
baby. That's well, and I also thought maybe
Well,
like,
that
and
too,
she's
and to maybe draw away from the possibility that she might have possibly been
Yeah,
involved in the
innocent.
murder of
Yeah.
her
you
own
can't
sister.
convince me
Yeah,
she wasn't involved in those murders. You cannot convince me that she wasn't somehow involved. She either, I mean, for a hair to be wrapped around Abby, which Abby never liked Kelsey. Like Abby, I want to add that. I can say that much. Like Abby had a strong aversion. Like, and it wasn't like she, because I don't think Abby disliked anybody. Like she was just a really sweet kid, at least when I knew her, but I ever knew her a little bit or whatever, like when I was acquainted with her. She was a very sweet kid. I remember she hugged me all the time, but not like in a way, like I never suspected she was being mistreated or anything. Like it wasn't like that.
No, some
She's
kids are just affectionate. Yeah.
yeah, and she was just like, and she would kind of cling to certain people, and a lot of like kids. I don't like kids very much, if we're being honest. But kids always like me, so she really liked me a lot. So like, I don't know, but like I don't remember where I was going. Oh yeah, she didn't. She it was almost like she was scared of Kelsey, or maybe not scared, but intimidated by.
Intimidated. Yeah.
Yeah, which I mean, Kelsey was older, and Kelsey's very annoying. Like even to everybody, like including Keegan Klein, evidently, and
I think it was said that she was kind of like, I mean, she kind of could have been a mean girl too, which, I mean,
yeah.
a lot of teenagers can be. I had my days where I was
yeah,
an ass hat too.
yeah, I
And
probably
I
did
was,
too.
so she probably was, but I don't, yeah,
But
there's,
well,
hmm.
I don't. Yeah, it was really weird. Like the whole dynamic to me was weird, and I always got confused. Like I was at the time, I wouldn't. I don't know. My parents kind of sheltered me growing up, and I like my parents were together until my dad died a few years ago, and they never like, and they weren't the best parents, but they weren't abusive or like maybe emotionally neglectful, but like not like always like there was never any question who my parents were, or like my siblings were always, like there was never any like CPS involved, anything like that, and my mother was considered in the upper echelons of a very, or can you guys still hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. But yeah, like my mom was in kind of considered one of the higher ranking members of the community where I grew up. So like, and it was weird because usually in a small town, like you're considered an outsider until like, unless you've had like three or four generations of family members and stuff like that have lived there. And we didn't move to where I lived, which like it wasn't very far from Delphi, and we didn't move there until I was like about to enter kindergarten. And so, but my mom had managed to infiltrate, and by extension, so did the rest of us. So we
Can
weren't
I
like,
ask you a question as a local or a somewhat local?
yeah, yeah.
What is like um, what are like a lot of the people that are nearby the area, like what are their thoughts on this? How do they feel about it? Like, do they think it's up your
Well, and
alley?
I don't live as close to Delphi as I did, but I've
Right.
visited like for Thanksgiving and stuff, and most of them think that Rick Allen is innocent. Like
Whoa.
I would by
Okay.
far the majority, but
That's
a lot
kind of
of
what
them,
we
yeah.
thought maybe because it was interesting because when we were there for we didn't get into the trial. We just went there like one day and we went to the Pizza King and they still had the bridge guy picture posted.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've
But
seen the
nobody
bridge
speaks
guy
out.
pizza or bridge guy picture recently. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
like,
Well,
well,
but
and
nobody
what?
speaks out, right?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Like nobody speaks out against like
No,
the narrative,
no.
right?
No,
Hmm.
but I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with like I don't know. My wife told me on I think it was Reddit. She saw like somebody said so for Richard Allen to be framed. Basically, you're saying that everybody in Indiana is corrupt, and she commented yes. Like,
Well,
Yep.
yeah, it's mostly that everybody else just saves themselves and they just look the other way, or they,
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's all.
Hmm.
exactly. And we all know the drill around here. Like
Yeah.
I don't know if like you guys had
Hmm.
seen me mention it, but until a few months ago, I was in work release and it was for shoplifting. Unlike Rick Allen, I was guilty. But like it was like a trumped up like the cops and they also essentially planted drugs on me. I wasn't even doing drugs by that time, but I have a drug conviction now after I'd been to like rehab or short term rehab and stuff. Like it's crazy. And it's just the cops do whatever, and then the corrupt courts back them up, and it's that way everywhere. And I've actually tried myself, like in a previous case, to speak up for myself, and I was flat out denied my civil rights, and they weren't even shy about it. This was in open court,
It
and
happens.
it's just part of it. You just got to take it. Like you just, there's nothing you can do about it. So nobody's trying to fall on their sword for Richard Allen because they could be next.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, like which I don't know, like we need to make some Free Rick Allen shirts or something. Like I'm more of an activist type, but I also have like a VPN on my phone and stuff because because I pissed off some Freemasons here in town a few years ago. They made my life hell for years. Like,
Wow.
I mean, yeah, that's another thing too, which isn't like Mike Patty, and there are a bunch of Masons in Delphi. I know,
Is Mike
and
Patty a Mason?
I'm pretty sure he is. Yeah, yeah, he is because
I thought he
okay,
was, but I haven't
yeah.
been able to verify it.
Yeah,
We
he
haven't.
definitely is because I was actually a member of Job's Daughters for my mother, of course, and
Oh,
because
okay.
Oh
my
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
my dad's dad was a Mason, and my dad had never gotten into it, but they said they wanted me to join the Job's Daughters thing, and this was around the same time actually, and I remember seeing Mike Patty at because and another thing is that Libby, not I don't remember Abby ever doing it, but Libby would come on. She came like maybe a handful of times to the church that my parents and I used and my siblings used, my family used to go to, like she wouldn't come like because she didn't live in the same town I live. It's another small town. It's not. It's like I don't know. I'll say like it's probably a 20 or 30 minute drive from Delphi, maybe. Like in
Hmm.
in Indiana, we don't talk in miles. We talk in minutes. But
Right.
like so it was like, but they're basically neighboring towns, or well, with one town in the middle, but it's like the layout is weird. But I mean, for her to even attend that Girl Scout camp, she had to be pretty close. But also, Libby, like I said, I don't remember Abby doing this, but Libby, like a few times, had come to the church with this girl that would have been about her age. And I don't want to say their first names, but she and her mom attended. Their last names were Westfall.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if that I don't I think that the girl's mom may have been married to Patrick Westfall because I remember the girl like, and it may not, like it's been so long ago, and I may be just be manufacturing memories, but I do remember like her dad wasn't really in her life, and I remember somebody asking like, "What's your dad's name?" And she just was kind of like, the little girl was just kind of like, ugh. And she's like, and I want to say she said it's Patrick or something. So I don't know, but don't go by me on that because, like I said, I could be filling in the blanks trying to make it bigger than what it was. But
Hey,
like I do
Amos.
remember.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Go
go
ahead. But
ahead.
Digital's got a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Digital wants to know if you know anything about Tara.
Tara, remind me who Tara is.
Tara
Tara
German.
German.
Not really. Not that I can. I don't know. I'd have to think on that. I haven't really. Yeah, maybe, but not that I can remember. I don't remember ever. Like, but I mean, like I said, it's been so. I could ask my mom. She might remember. Like, cause, like I said, like my mom would have dealt with it. I remember distinctly my mom talking to Carrie multiple times, and I remember her talking to the Patties too. And it seems like there was some kind of issue with, like would have been, I know realize now that it would have been somehow correlated to the whole guardianship versus custody thing, but it was some kind of issue with pickups and drop offs. And I want to say Libby may have gotten poison ivy or something. I don't remember what it was, but I remember there was some kind of issue with who was going to pick her up, who was going to take her to the doctor and bring, say she was, or maybe, I don't want to, I hate to say it, it may have been lice actually. I remember there was a lice outbreak. So some of the kids had to go home and they were able to come back, but only after they had been
Have
treated.
to be
That's
treated.
actually,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's probably what it was, actually, now that I think about it. But I mean, kids get lice. I had lice as a kid. It's fine. But like it was something like that though. Like, and but I don't really remember Tara ever. Yeah, I don't really know off the top of my head. No, I don't know anything. But I'll ask my mother and see if she remembers any details. Like, I remember I had to call my mother at 3 in the morning to prove to my wife that I really did know the girls. Like, which isn't as bad as it sounds because my mother now lives in another part of the country and it was a couple hours. It was still a ridiculous time. She's like, "Hello," and I was like, "Will you please tell my dear my dear wife that I knew the," and she confirmed without my saying it that I knew him from day camp and all that stuff. It was very funny, but anyway,
So,
she would be the one to ask, and I
Ameth,
won't ask.
so you're talking about this, and I've heard lots of people. In fact, even Anna said in that James Renner interview that they had been in the community about 20 years
Yeah.
at that time, and she said we're considered new people because you
Yeah.
have to be here at least 3 to 4 decades before
Yeah,
you're
like I just said,
considered
yeah.
right.
Right.
And I found that interesting when you said that. And I've heard you talk about Abby being young and at the day camp. And I've heard Anna say they lived in the community for about 20 years. And I've heard some other girls that have had interviews that were students with them at the time. One girl talked about she'd known Abby since preschool.
Huh.
Um, but then I saw an interview about 2 weeks ago, one I had seen previously, but it wasn't an interview. It was a speech that Kelsey German gave at
Oh, here
Arizona
we
State
go.
University,
Here comes
and
her
she
vagabond.
claims in that speech that Abby moved to Delphi in the 6th grade.
No, no, that's wrong. She said, "Why did she do this?
Yeah, I
Like, she's
know.
so full of crap."
And when
No,
I heard that, I was like, "What?"
no, that is wrong. That is factually incorrect. I can provide. I'll get my mother on here right
I
now.
believe it. I believe she's incorrect. But
Why
when
would she
she
even
said
say that?
it, I thought, oh my God, what?
Yeah, that's absurd. Yeah, it was the year that I did the day camp. I would have been like right. I think it was right after I graduated. I graduated high school in 2002, so it would have been 2002 or 2003 that I did the day camp, and Abby was there. So
Well,
there
I
you go.
remember Anna saying in her interview with that what's that one guy? He does all of the usual like interviews there in the area. And Ralph
Reno.
Rafael Sanchez.
Oh,
Raphael,
okay.
yeah. Oh, he's doing an interview in her living room, and I believe that's the one where she says that they moved here when she was like 6 or something. I thought, and when you said 6th grade, I thought, well, maybe it's 6th grade, but I guess
No.
I
I
don't know which
mean,
one.
I guess. Well, if they moved there when I mean, she was probably 6 or a little older then, maybe. Like she may not have been. I mean, I
I could
think
be
you had to
wrong.
be like.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
I could be wrong. Yeah, but
No,
the
you're
six
probably.
is
I
interesting.
mean, that. Yeah, it's true. Then that might track. That may actually be correct. But 6th grade. I don't know why Kelsey would say that. She's so stupid.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, anybody go back and watch that Arizona State University speech she gives. And that's exactly
Gosh.
what she says.
Who's letting her speak at Arizona at a college like she's freaking Gloria Steinem or something? Like what the hell is she even doing? Like what? Or her freaking baby voice sounding like Paris Hilton. Like
I'm not even sure how she got through college, but that's
well,
my opinion.
probably by favor, like because they felt sorry for her. You know, she's not using that. She's still working at like Dairy Queen or something, and she's not using that forensic degree. She's
No,
not.
nobody will hire her. They don't
Well,
want
why
her as
would
a
they? They don't
victim's
want her freaking.
advocate.
They don't want her hair, her shedding ass hair to end up in a crime scene. I presume, like
Yeah,
Well,
and I
with the
had
balls still
something
attached.
else come to mind the other day that I had forgotten about that none of us have discussed. Um, when Kelsey did the interview with Gray Hughes shortly after she was married, and her husband Caleb is in um, the video with her. At the beginning, they talk about where they went for their honeymoon.
Oh.
And Kelsey says they didn't get to go to where they had planned because they would not let her leave the country.
Wonder why that is.
She wasn't
Well,
pregnant or
probably
something at
because
that time,
she's a
was she?
sus.
No.
Sorry, what? Like, yeah, they wouldn't let her leave the. Well, it could have been like a passport issue or something. She probably has some kind of freaking hold or something. I mean,
Right. That's
but I
interesting.
can tell you, she like I heard this from. This isn't. I didn't hear this from the highest source available or anything, but it's somebody that would possibly know that could have easily just been making it up. But supposedly, as of a few years ago, she kept a go bag. Well, it was a few years ago. It was right before I got, or no, it wouldn't have been. I don't know. Maybe that is. It was like right after I got married. So actually, the murders hadn't been that long before that. But supposedly, she kept a go bag with like money and go bag. You guys know what a go bag is, like in case she
Yeah.
needed to bail, but on the
Hmm
advice of an attorney or not an attorney of a cop or something. Like she was told to keep a go bag, and so she did. But that
Wonder if
was
she had
also
granola bars in there.
yeah. Actually, yeah, that was mentioned.
And a
She had
couple
granola bars.
sweatshirts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, her fucking sweatshirts. God forbid, bitch, she be without our goddamn sweatshirts. Like, I want to make a Delphi Murders bingo card, and one of the spaces is gonna say unseasonably warm day, and
hmm
another one's gonna say like sweatshirts, 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 and like I don't know. I will have to think of some other. But yeah, the
Well,
Delphi Murders starter
I
kit.
think Wednesday during our watch party, we're going to dig into that James Renner interview with Anna a little bit. One of the other things that she says in that interview, because he asked her if she went out and searched, and she says no, she stayed at the command center, and there were people at her house
Huh.
because she wanted to make sure she was accessible when they found the girls.
I don't think she like knowing her. I remember my
Whoa.
mom interacting with her too, and she was always very. I mean, she cared about Abby, but she was very like. And this is probably why Abby was this way. And it makes me really. I mean, it makes me sad that they both died, but it makes me really sad about Abby because she had such an optimistic view of the world, and Anna did too. Like I have no doubt that Anna didn't think that they were gonna find him dead. Like you
Right.
even you'll even hear in interviews with her, she'll say to this day, like she's like when she got home, she was gonna be
She
in
was
so much
grounded.
trouble.
Yep.
Why would you even say that though? Because it's like, well, that doesn't matter because she's dead,
I
Anna.
know. I know.
Like, but I mean, people react weird, and she was always just very like she just didn't know. She didn't recognize the world for what it was, which is a dirty, evil place, especially if you live in Indiana, like especially Southern Indiana. And like, yeah, like so I totally
Well,
believe that.
she tells James that she had come home and she got a jacket. She wanted to have a jacket because she knew Abby didn't have a jacket.
Huh.
And I thought, and in this same interview, they're also talking about the Snapchat photo. And I'm
Yeah.
like, this doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what to me, like whenever you look at, because I've always thought it was so suspicious too. I have myself been very suspicious of the family, but the more and more that I've dug into it, that's why my thoughts, like my feelings on it, have evolved a little bit on the family. Because I'm like, the police would not be covering for this teenager. They wouldn't be covering for uh, the family, so to speak. Like the only way that they would be just fucking up shit like this all the time would be if they were trying to remember like something they were told. And when Jerry says in that interview or in his deposition that the Fusion Center put together the timeline, they created it. He said they created a nice little timeline. And he said, I can give you all the information, but I would need to refer to the report. He doesn't even know the whole timeline. And
What
that
the
tells
hell?
you, yeah, that
Mm.
tells you that the Fusion Center pieced it together. And so
Yeah.
now that's where I'm like, oh,
Well, and the truth is consistent. Like the
Right,
truth
right.
does, you don't have to refer to a report if you remember what the hell happened. Like,
And see if the family has to go along with that, or they're told to because it's this really big, like, oh, it could be. I mean, I don't. Did you remember how shocked they were? Because, like, looking back now, that's why my opinion has changed a little bit. Because I've been highly suspicious too, and
yeah,
but then I'm thinking these are fucking crooks. These law enforcement there, they
yeah, they
are,
are. They
and
are.
so if they told the family, like, because they say they need to protect themselves, they're not going to protect the family. They will protect themselves there.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Absolutely. Yep.
so that is the
Well,
only reason my opinion's changed. And you think if they told them this was something serious, like this is cartels or this is, remember how shocked they were whenever they arrested Rick Allen?
Oh
So that
yeah.
think,
yeah,
what the hell were they told to be that?
yeah, right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah, it
it
does.
could be them. I'm open to either way. I always say that. But I do. The more I've thought about it, I thought, man, them sorry MFers, the law enforcement. I feel like now that we've confirmed with this whole fusion center doing the timeline, I'm like, that kind of explains a lot of their sketchy ass behavior.
See,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah,
wonder about that story though, because we have
Hmm.
an obvious video being filmed 2 weeks after,
Yeah,
roughly
yeah,
2 weeks after, with landmarks being called out and it being
yep.
filmed for a specific person who then went and did an actual timeline with the
Hmm.
family more than once, really.
yeah.
So,
Robert Ives
did
contacted
we
him. Yeah.
really use a fusion center, or is this a bullshit story? Because I don't really see
Right,
the point in using a fusion center if you've already got that information.
right. Yeah, that
Well,
doesn't
well,
even.
they can use the geofence warrants and they can use the phone pings that would be thrown out of court because they call it
Mm.
proprietary.
Well,
And
Ah.
they don't throw it out of court. They can use it in court, but that's the rub with those stingrays and or the updated version is hailstorms. I know all
yeah,
about these damn things because
well,
that's what the
that's
top
right. They
people.
kept it out though.
But that's what. Well, that's weird actually
Well,
because
well,
okay, so
remember
with the
what?
stingray, and you can verify this with stingrays slash hail the cell phone simulators or whatever they're called, like the
Right.
stingray hailstorm, whatever they can use or they can use the or all they can say about them in court is that it's evidence so they can present it as evidence in court without going into detail because it's proprietary and it's covered. The feds have it covered too because it's considered like an anti-terror thing to be
Yeah.
like the
Mhm.
non-disclosure agreements are, and every department who has department issued stingrays or hailstorms now, like they have to sign NDAs, and the
But see, they
departments
can
sign
use
them,
that
and
anyway.
then like everybody signs an NDA, and so they can use it. They can say in court, they can be like, I used my department issued stingray to
They can't even say
locate.
that
So
they have it.
they can. I mean, I
Oh,
don't know why they definitely can. They just can't say any more than that,
well, if
basically.
they use it without a warrant, that's where they fuck up, and I think that's like
Well,
happened in this case. I think
well,
that.
well, and that's
Until
the
until they divulge though who those individuals are,
Hmm.
they
yeah.
haven't broken anything.
Well, I think
That
if we've learned
that's that's
anything
what they
that,
need the warrant for.
but I think if we've learned anything
Yeah.
about this Delphi case is that the cops and the courts in this area will definitely, not worry about what the law is or what, they'll do whatever. Like, so yeah, you're supposed to have a warrant to use them,
Right.
which is kind of a gray area, but that doesn't mean they didn't have a warrant to use one when they found my ass with one.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
like they
Well,
and they
don't
it
wasn't there
never,
training in the area? Like, wasn't there
yeah.
training in the area or something? Isn't that what we were talking about or something at some point? Like,
But
because
yeah, there have been a few trainings at least in my area, and I think further up, which it would have been like they did some kind of training with them at Crane, which is really Crane, air, or is it a naval base? I think some
well,
kind of
that would be a
military
really
base.
Yeah.
good cover. Yeah, it would be an
Yeah,
excellent cover to explain all of those agents in the area and see if
yeah,
they were looking for. Remember, they said that in January in the newspaper that they were like supposedly looking for hitmen. Well, I was doing some reading and I read that that's actually a really good cover to explain why they're in the area. And a lot of times they'll be in the area doing certain training on the public. So it may not
yeah,
be like anything
Mhm.
dangerous, but it could be things like a dragnet or
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
And see, if these girls walked up, I don't know when, and I think it was the weekend. I'm nearly 100% positive it wasn't Monday. So if they walked into that and something happened and they were delayed or they were put off, I don't know, the family possibly, then they can't use all of that because then it would expose the FBI doing whatever. And that would literally just turn shit
Yeah.
upside down for them. And they would rather waste millions and millions of dollars and cover up these children's murders than expose what they were doing.
Well, sure, it's not
Right.
their money; it's ours.
Right.
Right. Well, and
Right.
Richard Allen's a nobody, so who cares, like, that he's sitting in prison
He's
for the
just
rest of
one
his
person.
life?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, like,
exactly. And like that's why there's so much effort right now online, especially to keep the masses from being able to come together, especially, but also to
right.
dig into this further if they don't want
Well,
it exposed.
I wish Carrie's ass would, and I like Carrie. I liked her back then. I like her now, but I wish she would take a step. But it's easy for me to say, like, especially when everybody tries to do the right thing in Delphi and turns up dead or in prison.
Well, all of
But
the public can. That's why I've tried to encourage a lot of that lately. Because I think a lot of us forget like that we can dig into stuff and we can do the records request and we can
yeah,
talk about these exhibits and stuff because they give away a lot. And
yeah,
that's rather than, you know, fighting, hopefully, um, because that's the only way to expose this. It's not going to be necessarily in the records that they've got out either right now. It's going to have to be other stuff.
yeah.
And there's
Like,
ways
I
to
mean,
do it. Yeah.
there's a lot that we're never gonna know. And my wife made a good point when Rick Allen was convicted. She said, "We still don't know what happened.
Yeah,
Like, we still don't like have any idea what happened.
yeah.
Like,
Remember Carter? I can't wait to tell the story. Oh,
yeah, but
you know,
today's
justice
not
was
that day.
served.
And
If
that's
you don't
another
like it, go somewhere else.
that's another space on
You know,
my
I've
bingo
I've
card. Is
even
today is not that day.
Hmm.
well, I've almost wondered if like because I think in the beginning I did think that he was sincere about like his search for whatever.
Yeah, I think
And
so
I think as
too.
time went on, if you pay attention, like especially at that 19 presser in the after interviews, he talked about how he had been out to the bridge, and he said after going out to the bridge, he decided unilaterally to release the young guy sketch, and he never said exactly why. But then, remember, there was like no. Uh, the groups, the police were not all in this together. And then he released the whole Anthony Shots thing. I think that was to make the public think they were doing something. But
Hmm.
then, which
Yeah,
I could, but then it's like, remember whenever Rick was arrested, he too looked shocked. He wouldn't even
yeah.
answer a question.
Well,
Well,
he was
So
out of
to
the
me, that
country
says,
when they arrested
Right.
him.
yeah,
What?
yeah.
Oh,
Tobe was out of the thing with his dad had just died that like a couple
oh
of days
yeah, yeah,
before that.
yeah, yeah.
Yep. So you got to think it's
Freaking.
like a lot of Tobe wasn't the main thing anymore, but it's like I don't exactly know what happened, but Tony Liggett needed to be the sheriff. They needed to
Yeah.
keep control of this case, and that's why I also think that the command center was moved off site,
Hmm.
Well,
so
and the
then
fact that,
they can
like,
edit all the shit.
yeah, well, and the
Hmm.
Masons like rule that town. The whole town is like, yeah, like, and now with the knowledge that Mike Patty is a Freemason, like, we can, they rule that town. They're more powerful than anything. It's that way. It's to an extent, it's that way where I live now, which is a bigger, like I said, it's a bigger city, but it has like, it's still more like a small town. It's weird. It's backwards as hell, but anyway, the Masons are prevalent here. Like I said, they destroyed my life for a few years, probably, and it was all because I was trying to park somewhere that I didn't know was paid parking, and this Mason guy I was working at like, I don't want to say the venue, but it was an event venue that the Masons were putting on their little bullshit Shriners Fest thing, and it was paid parking. I didn't know that, and this guy ended up trying to say that I tried to run over him with my car, which is not what happened. But I wouldn't have wanted to damage my car like that. But my wife's car too. Like, and he was this big dude. But anyway, like it was shortly after that I had gotten arrested for something that I legitimately didn't do, and then was denied my civil rights by the Mason judge, and who was later he was later thrown off the bench because he was getting kickbacks, and I can't say much more without doxing myself. But anyway, like the Masons are prevalent here. They're really prevalent there. Like I myself was a Job's daughter before I was like, this is too weird. I'm out. And they didn't like that very much because, I knew all their secrets, which are nothing. Like they weren't doing like weird shit besides the fact they had us dress up in little white robes, and it was just not my thing at all. But I never really. And then in front of a bunch of guys that were Masons, and it was it was really strange. But whatever. Everybody has their stuff. Like I like Taylor Swift, so what does that say about me? But like I think what probably happened is there's also a rumor that Libby was pregnant, and that makes things because when it came out, like, and I don't necessarily believe that the girls weren't sexually assaulted. In fact, to have either of them or both of them undress is falls under the umbrella of
That's
sexual
right.
assault.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I mean, to say they weren't raped or whatever, I don't necessarily believe that. But if we're to believe that's true, I'd almost feel better if they were, because then the whole thing would make sense. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it sounds messed up to say, but it's like, okay, they were raped. Well, that may, okay, somebody, like the fact that, I mean, otherwise, like, it's just like, okay, then why are they dead? Like, why did somebody kill them? And then, they said there were these signatures and stuff, which I actually have screenshots of the crime scene photos, which, like, I shudder to think if somebody ever went through my phone, like, but, pictures of my cats and my wife, and then these fucked up crime scene photos. But I've never had the stomach to look at them very closely. Like, I'm really averse to that. I like true crime, which I have my wife says I have a strong morbid curiosity, but I don't have the wherewithal to, like, handle it. Like a lot of things like that, she'll listen to stuff, like videos and stuff with headphones on before I'll watch them to tell me whether it's okay, like to watch dash cam footage and stuff. And, sometimes it's like, oh, no, please don't watch this. And sometimes it's like, okay, yeah, you're okay. And, like, so, I mean, that tells you, like, I don't, like, I can't stand to see a dead person.
Hey y'all, my
dead
phone's gonna
animal.
die. I'm at 2%, so I'm gonna. I don't want it to cut off. So let me go in
Oh,
here. It
okay.
won't hold a charge whenever I'm doing the live. I'm gonna
Oh.
click off of here and then plug it up so it doesn't die, and then I'll be in the chat. So,
Okay. All right.
thank
I'll
you,
try
girl.
to save
It's nice to
time.
meet you, Amos.
Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah, thank you. I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right,
Okay.
Christina. Thank you.
But I don't remember what I say. Oh yeah, the crime scene photos. Like, I think the whole sweatshirts thing, I think was intentionally brought up to explain away the hair that
Yeah.
Kelsey knew was going to be there. Because the only reason she's going to have a hair
Yeah.
with the roots still attached, to me, that signals it was probably a cat fight.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
like,
That's
but
exactly what I said.
Well, real early on, Becky Patty told us that her last conversation with Liberty was take a jacket.
and she says, "I'll be
And
okay,
she
Grandma."
says, Grandma, I'll be okay.
You
And
can't
off
convince me that
and
Becky
off
Patty
they
isn't
went.
an AI bot.
Mm.
So anyway, go on.
Yeah, and she says, and off they went, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
And why is everybody screaming about these sweatshirts, jackets? How about these dead bodies over here?
yeah.
These 12-year-old dead bodies. Like, how about we talk about, like, fuck the sweatshirts? Like, put them in the back of your trunk, Kelsey. Like, or back of your car, whatever. Like, I'm so sick of hearing about sweatshirts. But, like, there's no reason everybody would be screaming about the, like, it just, I've always thought it just sounds like, it sounds like people on meth and paranoid, or that were involved in a murder and paranoid, or on meth involved in a murder and paranoid. One of
Mhm.
those combinations came up with a story, and then they were surrounded by, what's the word, sycophants or whatever, that were like, yes men, basically, that are like, oh yeah, that's good. And because Mike Patty is such a power figure in the community, You know, and he's been the face of the Delphi murders, all this. He and Kelsey, which, you know, like she's like, I don't know, she's ridiculous. But Mike has always been you know, and Carrie had been told by Lesenby that she, you know, it's like, well, maybe that's how it should be, but that's not how we're gonna do it. Like it's because she, you know, she wasn't the face of Delphi. It was because Mike
Hmm.
wanted to control the narrative, and then Becky Patty, you know, along with she's out here. I remember she said she was pounding the pavement trying to get the name out there. That it's like, oh, you said the quiet part out loud, like it's like, but I mean, and they like I lived actually in a part of Kentucky that directly neighbored my wife and I lived part of Kentucky that directly neighbored Indiana. We were basically still Indiana residents. We were so close, like we did everything in Indiana, but it was actually in Kentucky. And I remember, and then after that, for a little bit, we lived a little bit further. What would it be, west? I think I don't know. It was a little bit further away from Indiana. Still not that far, but farther into Kentucky. And I remember seeing Bridge Guy fucking flyers there, like in those places. And I'm like, you know, but I mean, she was there. They were so desperate. Oh, and here's another little fun fact. I was told, also not by a reliable source, but I'm gonna repeat it because it's funny. Supposedly, Kelsey had wanted to dress up as Bridge Guy for Halloween a few years ago,
Oh, Jesus
but and had to be told that maybe that wasn't appropriate, you know, for her to
Good God, do
do.
you
Which, like I
think?
said, I don't know if it's true. Probably isn't, but it sounds on brand for her. Honestly, she always, like I said before, I kind of alluded to it before. She doesn't have her own personality. She's always trying to mirror something. Like when she asked me about looking at her phone that I wouldn't touch with anything, like you know, I know damn good and well she knows how to you know, to do. I'm sure she has more tech knowledge, and Lord knows she can Photoshop. Like so,
Yeah.
she can do. I'm sure she could have fixed her damn phone if it was even broken.
Or she
Like, and
could
I
have given
don't
it to
think.
Aunt Tara and just reset
Yeah,
it.
yeah, Aunt Tara. Yeah, yeah, it's
Well,
true. I mean, I am gonna
let
ask
me.
my mom if she remembers any, you know,
I've
run-ins
got.
with her, but yeah, like she could. I mean, I have no doubt. I don't even think anything was wrong with her phone. I think she was just doing the Kelsey thing. She doesn't have her own personality, and Becky's the same way. My wife's the one who actually said that Becky's an AI. Like said the first time Becky's an AI bot programmed to empathy. Like she doesn't like Becky gives me like uncanny valley vibes though, and
Becky comes off to me as an abused wife who
that's
is, it's almost like when her and Mike stand together and are being interviewed, he's got his hand on her back.
yeah,
And I'm sure there are times where she speaks and he pinches her or
yeah,
to shut her up. It's
yeah.
like he's got his hand in a puppet.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I hadn't really thought about that, but yeah. And I remember like being younger and getting bad. Like when I see her on TV and stuff now, and even when I saw her in person a few years ago, like she's different than she was back then. Like not that much different. Like, but I don't know. He must have tightened down the reins on her and stuff. Which I mean, when you're involved in killing your offspring, your you know family members, then yeah, like I would probably be tightly wound too and keep you know whatever. But I wouldn't do that either. So there's that. But anyway, like back then, she was a little more like I mean, he definitely didn't like it if like it was one of those things where like you just expected like if you walked away, you expected you could hear, now I'm going to show you what I'll do, really do to you, that kind of thing. But
Right.
she actually, when I was younger, like didn't seem to have the fear of him, which, you know, that's kind of how it usually goes. But I mean, at the same time, they would have been together and for a long time prior to that. And
Yeah.
and I know that I do definitely remember there was a lot of friction, like which it would have been a relatively newish arrangement at the time that little Girl Scout camp went on, but and I do distinctly remember there being like issues that my mother had to like it was basically like they were playing a tug of war, I guess, but like it was kind of played up by others as like confusion, but my mother, if anybody, if any of those parents knew what my mother really thought or said when they weren't around, they wouldn't have probably made her the face of Girl Scouts. But anyways, she's definitely like toned it down in her old age. I always thought my mother had like a borderline personality disorder or CPTSD or something that made
Hmm.
like, but she's not really like that now, which it tracks to a lot of times people when they get older aren't like, because there's an
Right.
evolutionary process. But anyway, like, she basically said it. I don't know if she said it to me, but she said it to my dad. I remember just was like, I'm so tired of like having to, play mediator between the, like I remember it being somewhat of an issue. Like, it was an issue for her to try to coordinate, like which one is picking Libby up, which one is bringing, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
So, I mean, there was friction there between Carrie and the Patties.
So
Like,
I heard, um, I heard a rumor that Mike and Becky were they were separated and on the verge of a divorce when the murders happened.
ooh, I don't know. I mean, I believe it, but I don't know. I can't speak to that one way or the
Okay,
other. Like,
okay. Just
I,
curious if you knew anything about that.
yeah, like I hadn't really thought about Abby or Libby, like when the murders. I remember when they went missing and it was all over the news, which I thought was really strange because I'm like, okay, these kids are missing in the woods, and another news, the sky is blue, and what? Why is this big news? Because it was big news in my
Yeah,
head.
it was all over the state.
Right.
Um,
And then it was like, oh, okay, they found him dead. The foul places. I'm like, what the fuck? That escalated really quickly.
so they've
Like,
got all the media up there telling us that there's two missing girls, but Tobe never reported them to the
yeah,
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
yeah, it's true. I think that, well, at least what he says about that is that he like basically it was like he thought they'd find him, which is kind of, I mean, he
But
may be telling the truth.
that's fine. It's still not what he was supposed to do.
Well, no.
He did not do what he was supposed to do.
Have we not learned that these people don't do what they're supposed to do,
Yeah,
though?
yeah, yeah. I just wanted to point it out. That's
But
all.
no, it's a good point. But yeah, I wouldn't.
I've got
I mean,
a
I wouldn't expect any less from. Like my, here I go again, probably doxing myself. But my sister, with whom I'm not close by any means, she's actually a freaking ICE agent now, so we're really not close. But she got along with my mom a lot better than I ever did. But anyway, she became a cop in my hometown. Like, I definitely shouldn't be saying this because everybody's gonna know who the hell I am. But like she became a cop in my old hometown for the sole purpose of like, because she was a campus cop in a town not far, or a city not far from where I grew up. Before that, she was the first female officer on the police force where I lived, and also in the National Guard, and they would hold her position while I hear about her success all the time from my mother. Anyway, she became a cop in that town for the sole purpose of getting all the cops that were on the police force at that time fired, which she successfully did. And then she filed a complaint against the city and left. Like, and she's got,
Wow.
yeah.
wow.
I'm like, I gotta hand her that one. That was like, I support this, but like, I mean, that was the only reason she became a cop in the town where I grew up for a few years, because she wanted to get it, and she did it. She got them all fired, like the high-ranking ones. Everybody's gone. It's a whole new police force, like than what it was, because she got them fired, and and I mean, she's like, it's on paperwork for each one that she reported him, and so she wasn't like secretive about it. I will
Oh,
say, yeah, like I will say that she's not one of those that'll turn the other cheek at a bad cop. She, at least not in that case. She probably does now. I mean, she's ridiculous, but I will, she got them all fired, but it was because they were all so bad. And I mean, they're all like that there. Like the cops in this, I mean, they never do the right. Like, there's this one guy that I went to high school with. My brother was best friends with his brother. And I like, but the like my brother's best friend's older brother, with whom I had gone to high school with him, but he had dropped out. I graduated a few years after he dropped out. But anyway, the guy had called this one cop a wife beater because he was. Well, the cop who was the wife beater caught wind of it, and he and his partner took picked the dude up somewhere, took him out into the woods, like the middle of nowhere. And I mean, when I say the middle of nowhere, like I'm actually shocked that he survived. But they gave him a tune-up. They beat him up and left him, and it was all because he called him a wife beater, and dude heard about it. Like, and nothing ever happened until my sister got him fired years later, him and his partner. But yeah, but that really happened. I mean, I know for a fact that happened. Like, I saw him after he was beaten up because he had come to my house. He's like, "Can you give me a ride home because I'm almost dead?" And it was, so I mean, that really that should happen, and that isn't probably even. I mean, growing up, I never really got in trouble. I didn't discover the joy that is drugs yet or anything, and no, it's not a joy. I've been clean for almost a year now, but like back then, I would.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. My wife's been clean a little over a year, so yeah, we're doing well now. But back then, I actually didn't. I didn't even smoke cigarettes back then, but the cops had. I don't know why. I think I had kind of a. I was an edgy teenager, and I had Hot Topic was like my mothership and stuff.
Hmm.
Back then it was a lot like now it wouldn't really garner a second look, but back then to even have a facial piercing or even tattoos to a degree, like let alone wear like a freaking Sex Pistols t-shirt, like that wasn't something that like anywhere that was kind of a little bit of controversial, like, but especially in a place like that it was just not some. And so because of that, and also my dad had kind of a reputation for being a bit, I will say, mercurial, that's how I'll put it. But despite my mother being the face of different things, like I still got harassed by the cops, and it really sucked because I wasn't a bad kid or a bad young adult at all. Like I wasn't. I didn't. But because they didn't like me or whatever, they made my life a lot harder than it needed to be.
Hmm.
And it didn't just, it wasn't limited to my hometown. Because, these cops talk to each other. They all know each other. They're
Right.
the
Mhm.
biggest organized gang in the world.
Right.
And, like, they, cops in neighboring towns and even, like, towns a few counties away would recognize, I'd get pulled over for speeding or something. And then all of a sudden they're taking my car apart because they know my name, even though I'd never been in trouble, never, nothing. But they, that's, I mean, that's how it is. That's how it
Yeah,
still
it's
is.
profiling. Yeah, they
Yeah.
they decide who that. Yep, yep.
Well, and they just do a lot that they're not supposed to, and it's just like I wish I could think of more examples, but I'd also be reticent to say what they were because like especially with regards to this area and especially Delphi, because people keep, being dead and stuff, being shot twice in the back of the head, committing suicide by shooting themselves in the back of the head twice, and
Yeah.
or their houses just spontaneously combust with them inside and stuff. And I wouldn't care as much, but I have a wife and cats. I don't want them to get hurt too. So, I wouldn't want to say too much anyway. But there's just so much that the cops they do around here that like people, it would blow people's minds. Like if I told most people, they wouldn't believe me. That's why people can't wrap their heads around Rick Allen not being guilty because they can't fathom that all of the, not just the cops, but the courts too, would be so corrupt
Hmm.
and just flout the rules, and the Constitution so egregiously and blatantly, but I know that it's true because I've had it done to me. I've seen it done to others. They don't care.
It is true. I'm an Indiana resident,
Yeah,
so
okay, so yeah, you already know.
yep,
Mhm.
yep.
I mean, so
And
yeah, it's crazy, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. The whole thing's crazy to me because it's just, I don't know. I think that Rick Allen will probably get out of prison, but I pray for him every night because I'm worried they're going to kill him before post conviction relief comes.
Well,
I mean,
I
And
thought that too for a long time. And I I think that the best thing that they can hope for is that Rick gets exonerated, because
yeah,
then they can say, "We had him, but he got off," and then they
yeah.
don't have to go look for anybody else. Um,
Yeah, but then you also got to think though he's got a hell of a lawsuit. But
well,
then again, I
yeah,
don't know. But
but
I don't
do they
know if
really
he.
care about money? It's our money again. So,
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, I mean that is true. But I mean they obviously do care about appearances, and like they care what the world thinks about him.
but if it can appear that they got that guy and then
Yeah,
the
that's true.
courts let him off, then
I
maybe
mean,
people will look away from there. I'm not going to look away from there no matter what happens, because
yeah,
they're corrupt and there needs to be a RICO.
yeah,
Absolutely needs to be a RICO.
yeah. Oh, on me.
Amos,
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there does need to be. There needs, but I mean, like, what was I gonna say about? Yeah, I don't know. They don't like, but they're all crazy too. You got to keep in mind. I mean, for this whole charade to have gone on this long, and with it, I mean, they've really pulled out all the stops. I mean, I feel like it's a multi-person. Like, people wonder which of the Delphi theories are true. I think they're all probably
Yep,
true.
yep,
I
yep.
think they're all like like it used to be the first thing I was going to ask when I get to heaven, or I hope when I see St. Peter, I was going to ask, what was really going on between Taylor Swift and Carly Kloss. But now I'm going to ask I'm going to ask for Abby and Libby, actually, is what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, I need to speak to Abby and Libby. Like, I need to get them. I need to know, like, what the hell, like, because we're never going to know, I don't think. We're just never going to. And I mean, I think Rick and Kathy, I think maybe what you're saying is right. And I also think that maybe like the cops know that they better not like they better just move away and never speak of this again, you know, like because they could probably move to a coast, although they'd probably be better off in Delphi if it weren't for the cops and the corruption, because like I said, most people in this area think he's innocent.
Yeah,
They never thought he was guilty. I was shocked when the jury convicted him.
I was too.
Yeah, I couldn't believe. But then, like, they didn't, like, the one juror that spoke out said, because or she was like, he said convicted him because it's like, well, if Rick Allen didn't do it, then who? It's like, that's not the legal standard. But,
Mhm.
there's that. But if you remember, Nick McClelland had said, like, during some press conference or something, he said, I intend to prove that Rick Allen, the bridge guy who committed the murders, and that Rick Allen is bridge guy. I mean, he led them to believe that and to think that that was what they needed to convict based on.
Well, they didn't have anybody else to look at.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's like that. Well, and gold prevented them from um, introducing any third party. So it
Hmm.
prevented them from putting on a defense at all, which
Yep.
boggles my mind as well. But I mean, that's what I have a judge do basically the same thing to me on a much smaller scale, and I wasn't up for murder. I was up for like forgery, which I legitimately didn't do it, but I wasn't allowed to, fucking present a defense either, So, I mean, I know this can happen and I know they don't care. And it's like, well, things like this don't happen in this country. It's like, what are you going to do if they do?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in Rick's case, I mean, I guess I could have gone to an appeals court and stuff, but living in reality, that's not how that's going to work. It's just not. I like in his case. I mean, it's his life on the line, and
Sure.
he's also got the benefit of having garnered some notoriety, like for his plight. But I mean, and he didn't do himself any favors when he confessed or whatever. But like the fact that he was, I mean, they held him in solitary confinement, I think, for the sole purpose of driving him
Oh,
crazy.
absolutely.
There's no other reason. And Gull knew what she was doing, which
Well, and then
she's
they sped that up with
I
using
actually
Haldol, injecting him
had
with
no, or I
Haldol.
was in jail with a girl whose boyfriend was convicted of child molesting by Judge Gull. And, I've like some of the worst people I've met have been in church, some of the best have been in jail. And this girl was pretty cool, and I have no reason to think that her boyfriend wasn't either. He seemed like he actually had done something for, like, called my wife for me or something. I don't remember what it was, but he did me a big favor. And then, like, he had done something. It wasn't like money related, but he had done something to help me get bonded out. And anyway, the point is, I don't believe he was a child molester, but Gull convicted him. And I'm not really still in contact with the girl, but I've been meaning to try to get that way because she has a history, like it's a known history in that area for having convicted a lot of people on false pretenses. Like she's known as, which I know she's not a Carroll County court judge. Like he was from Allen County,
Mm-hmm.
or I don't think he was from there, but he like had gotten convicted there, which but she's known in that area for being I forget what her nickname is. It's not like Seagull or something, although that would be good. But it's like something like basically to imply that she, you don't have a chance against her. Like she's always, for the prosecution. She's not a fair judge. Like for anybody to say that, they're either lying or disillusioned because like she's just not a fair judge, and everybody knows that. Like everybody knew that before Delphi. Like I knew who she was. I was like, they're that chick. They're having. Oh God, he's fried. Like because I knew because it's a known fact that it's always been a known fact as long as I can remember. And now I guess her daughter is gonna take her spot. So that doesn't bode well for anybody. But anyway, like yeah, and then the guy that was with the girl I was in jail with, I had a point there. It was something there was a lot of fuckery involved in that too, basically. Like I can't remember now what I was gonna say, but basically there was just a lot of like he couldn't believe how much she skirted the rules. And he's like, but what can I do about it? Who do I mean, nobody like there's really nothing you can do, especially if you've got a public defender who's not, public defenders are supposed to work for you, but they don't. They work for the state. At
Yeah.
least in my I don't know if I don't think it's that way everywhere. Actually, I know it's not that way in Kentucky, but here, like I know in my town where I live now, the public defender's office is actually in the courthouse.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's usually that way, but they don't like they work for the state. And I know that I had tried to fight my verdict of the charge that I wasn't guilty of, and the public defender I had got really mad at me. Like really mad, like to a point where he got like verbally abusive with me. I
Did
was
they want you to take a deal?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and it
Yeah.
was, and I didn't want to take a deal because I wasn't guilty for once.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really wasn't, and I could prove it. Like I really could have proven it, or beyond. I mean, definitely by a preponderance of the evidence, but
Right,
I
but
think
why don't you go ahead and get ahead of this and
yeah,
just play out? Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I'm like, I am ahead of it. I didn't do it. Like, what part of I didn't do it? And then when I was in court, I had asked if I could plead no contest, which is, shouldn't have made a difference. I was willing to take the shitty deal they were offering me, which didn't include jail time. It probably would now, but it didn't. It was just probation, which would have probably resulted in jail because I was on drugs and so was my wife. But I mean, I would have had a chance at not going to jail, but I just wanted to
Yeah.
plead no contest. And the judge kept saying to me, he said in open court, he said, I don't want anybody pleading guilty to something I didn't do. I'm like, that's exactly what you're trying to make me do. Like, and it was
Yeah.
crazy, but I didn't understand why I couldn't plead no contest. That shouldn't matter. Like, unless they want you to allocute or something. Like, but I mean, it was on a forgery charge where the victim had actually since died. So it was just the state that was trying to, pursue restitution or anything. It wasn't like there was a victim anymore. And his
Yeah.
family, he didn't really have any family. So I mean, I was basically used as a dupe without, like, I mean, I legit wasn't guilty. Like, I would have never done it. Like, I stole from stores, not people. You know,
Yeah.
like I was a booster or whatever. I never did, but I never stole from a person. And the whole time I was, in active addiction, I never stole from a person, and not even a stranger. And like, I never would. But like, this guy. That's why the guy knew. The victim, so-called victim, knew I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he didn't know that at first, but by the time it was, by the time it all was, shook out, he knew I didn't do anything. He was sure of it, and he told him that, and they still can. Like, it was, anyway. Like, I don't know, but the court. The point is, the courts here, like all of them, they just,
They're
I mean,
corrupt.
yeah. Well, and it's more than corruption. It's I don't even know how to really
It's
describe it. Like,
it's
there
collusion.
yeah, well, that too. Yeah, it's crazy, is what it is. Like, and nobody outside of Indiana or outside of the more insular parts of Indiana, because everybody here, you're from Indiana. Everybody here is backwards. Like, everybody here is backwards. Like, they're driving around with rebel flag, the Confederate flag on the back of their truck, and they don't realize that we were a Union state.
Hmm.
Like, and if you tell them that, they're like, heritage, not hate. I'm like, it's not your heritage. Like, we were a Union state, you moron. But I mean, that's the kind of people like, and Trump made it okay to be openly racist again. So we got
Sure.
that,
Yeah.
and that's just how it is here. It's crazy that Illinois is a blue state and that Kentucky has a Democratic governor. Like, because I mean, it's not, and people here also don't watch the news. Like, that's another thing. People here don't watch the news, and people don't, like, they aren't very good critical thinkers at all. Not like the username critical thinker. I mean, like the thing critical thinker. Like,
Right.
they have very circular reasoning and linear thinking. You can't like most of them. I've come to blows with people nearly over the existence of the passing lane, for crying out loud. Like, I mean, they will argue that it does not exist.
Oh, girl.
It's it's nuts. But
Wow.
like, and I'm gonna dox myself one more time. This one will definitely put me out there. But in the city where I live now, the Casey and Vicky White,
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
yeah, that shit happened. They got caught here. And what you don't hear in the news that everybody here knows, and a few, more avid thinkers think is funny, is the fact that where they got caught, they were staying there was across the street from the sheriff's station
Hmm.
slash jail, right across the street.
Much like the
Like,
CBS that Rick worked at right across the street from,
right, yeah,
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 Carroll
yes.
County Sheriff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, how did and they had paid for 2 weeks at that hotel. And I remember my wife saying, I wonder why they stayed there. I said, they probably stopped at that freaking Circle K next door and were like, is there a hotel nearby? Because they could tell everybody was a moron. Like, but like, and people, like, they don't follow, like, I'll make pop culture references and stuff. People have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, and let alone if I make some kind of historical reference or something. Like the other day, I said that I like to get the small cigarettes and the tiny little big lighters and pretend I was Gulliver and pretend like it was crickets. They didn't think it was as funny as you do. Like, they had no idea. I'm just like, okay, I'll see myself out. Like, and and it's not like I'm some Rhodes scholar, and like, it's just like I hate to interrupt the Mensa summit, but it drives me nuts. Like, it drives me crazy. But people just are so uninformed, and so and so the fact that, well, I don't think Rick Allen could have been convicted anywhere besides here.
I don't
Like,
either.
I don't think you could have found a jury of 12, which a jury is a group of 12 people that weren't smart enough to get out of doing jury duty. So there's that. Juries are never smart. Juries are typically very stupid. But and the ones that aren't stupid, they wanted to do it because of the sensationalism or whatever. Like, so it's never a good mix of people. And like, or some of them just may not have been working, and wanted something to do. But it's never like you're never gonna have like the people you really want on a jury. And nobody wants to do their civic duty in Indiana. Like, they're not protecting and serving for us, and nobody cares about doing a good job for a jury. God forbid it's a sequestered jury. Like, they're not going to ever try very hard. They're going to talk less about the verdict than the rest of us every time.
Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah, like so, and I mean, I have no doubt that and if a jury full of Carroll or Allen County residents, like that's also not going to be a Mensa summit. Like, I hate to say that, but you've probably got a collective IQ of maybe 100 on that jury, and maybe that's being generous. And like, I don't know, I just feel like, and the fact that what I was gonna say about the patties is like I think the whole sweatshirt thing was a planted narrative. The bridge guy thing I think was like a contrived narrative. The Odinistic thing I think they probably added because of meth psychosis. I don't think Odinist really committed the crime. I think it was because a lot of times if you read about the sexual assault cases usually or cases where like you remember the satanic panic in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Like I
Yep.
think it ended in the 80s most places, but it carried into the 90s and early 2000s here. But like basically, the kids who'd been molested and stuff, the perpetrators would would do little symbolistic things like things that were so like that to make them think they were Satan worshipers
Right.
and stuff too.
To scare them into submission.
Well, that and to give the kids less credibility if they did.
Ah.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
especially
Wow.
post Satanic Panic when it started to calm down and it was, everybody figured out that it was just like stupid people. Like, but yeah, like there was never a Satanic Panic to be, or there was never Satan to have panics about or whatever. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's when they started doing that. And I feel like the Odinistic elements were probably put into play. So obviously Abby and Libby weren't talking, but although I also think that maybe one or both girls was maybe expected to possibly live. I think that maybe something happened or
That's
something.
interesting.
I've got reasons to think that, and I definitely could be wrong, but the human body can survive a lot sometimes. Like in kids, like they're very resilient, but when they do go down, they're down. Like there's no bringing them back usually. But like kids can survive. So like they're like cats. They can survive so much more than what you would think. And I think that maybe one or both girls was expected to potentially live, and they wanted to get ahead of that. Like
Wow.
that's my theory.
So
Amos, I've got a couple questions for you. Actually,
Sorry, what were we gonna say?
Digital wanted to know.
You guys still there? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
You can hear me. Can you hear Artist?
No, I don't hear artists at all. At least not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can
no,
you don't hear
no,
me at
no
all?
artists. Glad you guys can hear me, because no, I don't hear anybody, but may not be anybody talking.
Well, I just think you're not hearing her for some reason, and I'm not
Yeah.
sure why, because I hear her just fine.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no artists for me.
What did you want to ask her, Artist? I'll ask her since she can't hear you.
Well, Digital wanted to know if there was any more information about Libby, like if she could talk a little bit more about Libby and the Westfall girl. And Nancy Drew wants to know if she knew any of the Bridges.
Okay. Amos,
Yeah.
Nancy Drew would like to know if you are acquainted with the Bridges at all.
A little bit, very little, and it's been a little bit. I'm trying to remember. I remember one of the not the bridge guy, but somebody bridge adjacent, like not bridge guy adjacent. Well, maybe I don't know, but yeah, he was a bridge though. Was there at the day camp with because Kelsey, I don't. She did attend the day camp, but not. I don't remember what the hell she was even doing there. I don't
Hmm.
think she was an attendee, but wasn't like. I think what it was is she just kind of came, even though because I think she was. I don't think she was too old. She may have been, but I don't remember what the deal. She like she hadn't paid to be there and blah blah blah, but she was there anyway. And very, that's what she was doing. Like I think maybe she was I think what it was her age, like she wasn't too old, but she was too old to be in any like there was nobody else in her age group.
Okay.
But I remember one of the bridge guys, like I don't remember if it was Adam Bridge or which bridge it was, but was there with her one day because my mom had to tell him, hey, you can't be here. It's Girl Scouts, like, duh. And like, he wasn't the only one that had done that. There was some other dude that I don't think was there with somebody else, but my mom had to tell him the same thing, which probably wouldn't fly today, but I remember it being a thing because this bridge dude argued, well, I don't want to say my dad's name, but it was like, well, he's here because my dad would drive the Girl Scout van, which
Hmm.
I know it's kind of a double standard, but when you're married to the face of Girl Scouting in the area, you get a pass or whatever. And plus, there's nobody else to drive the freaking van except my mom, and she was too busy being the face of Girl Scouting or Queen Girl Scouts to do it all the time. So,
Yeah.
anyway, I remember this guy got a little irate and was like, why is he allowed to be here?" And
So
like,
was it an older guy like her grandfather, or was it
no,
one of her uncles?
it was somebody a little older than Kelsey. Like, I think he was probably still a teenager, like, just gotten his driver's license. That was really the main problem. Like, and I think I'll have to ask my mom, but it seems like she hadn't said anything, but there were some, and I'm not just saying this, I'm not manufacturing this. I remember this. I remember this without you asking me. I can't believe I didn't think to bring it up, but I haven't really thought about any of the bridge people. I hadn't put this together, but he was being weird, like to the girls, which makes sense now. Like it may have been Adam Bridge. I
Well,
don't know.
I would think it was probably Joseph.
Joseph. Well, it was there were
He's the youngest of the two of them, and
well, yeah, it may have been. I will ask my mom. But like yeah, I do remember this bridge dude. He was a little older than Kelsey. He was there with Kelsey. Like he'd given her a ride there or something. Like Kelsey was just like basically a Girl Scout hang around that year. Like it was so weird. Like and I think that was mainly why my mom had called her an insufferable twit because she kept trying to. And I remember this. She kept trying to basically be one of the volunteers when she. I don't know. She might have been old enough to be a volunteer, but I don't think so. But she wasn't like. Well, it's like, what are you doing here? Like, but my mom didn't want to cause a stink or look bad, God forbid,
right.
by saying, hey, leave. But like she had no reason to be there. I actually had asked her because she and I didn't get along that well. I said, what is your business here, ma'am? And she said, but she got mad at me a few times because I pronounced I really thought their names were Germain at first. And I kept
Wow.
pronouncing it. Yeah, I thought it was Germain. And she's like, it's German. I was like the chocolate? And she's like, yeah, like the chocolate. I said, okay. Sorry, Kelsey Germain. I mean German. And
Wow.
it wasn't that. But she was like, no problem. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck off. And but I'd asked her, I said, what is your business here exactly? And she said, what's yours? And I said, I'm paid to be here. Like, you're here because you want to be. What does that say about you?
Yeah.
Like,
So we
yeah.
had another question too. Could you refresh me again, artist? What did Digital want to know? Because I see several questions in here from him or her. I
Oh,
mean,
Yeah, it's
Digital
fine.
wanted
Yeah,
to know
I figured this
if
might happen. I was worried this might happen.
no,
So
it's okay. It's okay.
it's,
Give me just a second. She's answering me, and then I'll let you know what the
uh,
question is.
Digital.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Amos can't hear me. Because I think the chat can hear me. I hope. Digital wanted to know if she could talk a little bit more about Libby and the Westfall girl.
Oh, Emmett, could you talk a little bit more? Digital wanted to know if you could speak a little bit more about Abby and the Westfall girl.
Oh yes, yes. I'm a little hesitant, but yeah, I will. The Westfall girl was, or it wasn't. It. I don't know. I don't remember Abby ever coming. It was Libby that
Okay.
would. Yeah, she would come. She had come to my family's church, which my family hadn't like. My dad had one day, like my dad had been in a church that was like miles away that he hadn't been to for 30 years that I told him was a cult. It was like a branch of Armstrongism, and he said it wasn't a cult. And then he decided one day he was going to read the big book of cults, and there was his church. So he had to tell me I was right, which he hated doing. But anyway, he decided after that we were going to go to church as a family, and he was going to find one that wasn't a cult and that was more local to where we lived. So he found one and decided we were all going to go. We all got baptized. It was like the O.J. Simpson trial spectacle of baptisms. It was ridiculous, and we went to that church for like, actually I think they still went, like, since I moved away and stuff. But anyway, we'd only been going to that church for like a few years. It's not that they accepted us as much as Christians ever will, but like we'd only been going for a few years. But I myself had gotten kind of involved in the youth group, and I also volunteered. Like I had, like the woman who had they had this little program called Super Kids, and the
Mm-hmm.
woman that ran that, basically, she had become like a mentor to me. And so because of that, which my mother was horribly jealous of, 'cause that's a whole other thing. But anyway, like I would go and help her run the little Super Kids program every week. And the Westfall girl, she was in that, and she attended church with her mom on Sundays, and then which she kind of aged out of Super Kids there in the end, I think, and was part of the young adult youth group, they called it, but it was all teenagers. But I was in that too. But anyway, she was part of Super Kids, and she was whatever, and she was part of the church, and she was like, I think she may have been a few years age difference with Libby. Like, I don't know. I want to say she may have been a few years, 2 or 3 years older, maybe. I could be wrong about that. But she was friends with Libby, and Libby would come specifically to hang out with her during Super Kids.
Hmm.
I don't remember her ever attending services, or her parents or the Patties or anybody ever coming. I just remember her coming to hang out with this Westfall kid. And I remember her mom was like, her mom actually, I found out, died like just recently, like last year. And she wasn't very old. She was like my age. And
Really?
yeah, like she died of, it didn't say, her obituary didn't really say what she died of, so I suspect it may have been like suicide or overdose. Because usually if it's somebody that young and it says they died at home, then it's that,
Right.
or they annihilated their family or whatever. But like, yeah, like I don't know. I
And What
haven't been able. Or,
what was
sorry.
her name?
Her last name. Oh God, I don't know if I'll tell you, but I don't know if I want to say it on here because
Okay,
I.
that's fine. I
It
won't press it.
started with an S.
Okay.
Like, and it started with an S and ended with an N, and I had an oozing in the middle.
Okay.
It's like, like,
I
if that
gotcha.
helps. Okay. I,
Nice.
I, I
we
just don't
kn-
want to get
we know how
sacrificed in the
ciphers
woods.
work. I have the
Okay.
papas taught us. So
Yeah, if I get sacrificed in the woods, my wife's gonna be very upset. Like,
I'll be very upset.
well, I'm
Nothing
sure a lot of
nothing like
people
that's
would
gonna
be.
happen.
I'll be really upset, but like,
Well, hey, can our chat hear artists? Let's let artists speak for a minute.
I don't know. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
I don't hear artists at all. I don't know what the hell.
Ameth does not hear you. How about the chat? Does chat hear artist at all? Yes. Yes, Nancy Drew says yes, they hear you. So it must
Weird.
just be her connection.
Yeah, it's yeah. I don't
Well,
the Wi-Fi provider here doesn't serve our apartment complex very well.
well, we appreciate
I don't
you,
know.
Amos,
Can you hear me
so
It's
much.
no
now?
problem.
Yeah.
I
It's
can
no
hear you.
problem.
Okay.
Oh, we got echo going now.
Oh, yeah.
That's
My
because I
voice isn't
unplugged
one
my
you want to
mics.
echo. Am I echoing or is Artist echoing?
We're all echoing.
Oh shit!
Hang on, I'll fix it.
It's Doug Carter tapping our phones with a stingray. I would actually that may be what it is, because like there's a police station not far from here at all. That actually could be what it is. Like they
Yeah,
oh. I'll,
it could be. I don't think I'm that popular yet, though.
well,
Because
or
I
when
unplugged my
artist is,
mic.
or I don't know, I don't want to interrupt artists, but I can tell you something really interesting about the stingrays and stingray adjacent. I'll just say it real quick. When the house where my wife and I used to live, we lived with a family friend that we helped take care of him and stuff, and in return, he took care of us as well by giving these two drug addicts a stable home and with their cats. And anyway, we lived there for a long time because he had like early stage Alzheimer's, and his daughter wanted us to stay, and stuff. But until he ended up moving back with his daughter, is why we don't live there now. And we're not drug addicts too, so and have our own place. But anyway, one time the cops had shown up and none of us would answer the door because we're not stupid. But this guy who didn't live there, but he was like the neighborhood crackhead, and had briefly lived there, or he had used the old dude's house, or used the old dude's address one time, and because of that, if every time he had a warrant out, which was like regularly, then he would come or they would come looking for him there. And he just so happened to be there, much to my chagrin. No, none of us would answer the door, but this guy thought because my wife and I were, quote, boosters at the time, he assumed the cops were there for us. But joke was on him, they were there for his ass.
Oh, wow.
And they tackled him in the living room. I was hiding in the attic like Anne Frank, and I don't, my wife was in another room, but like they weren't looking for us. They tackled
You
him.
should do stand up.
I've been
You
told
are
that.
hilarious.
I've been told that before, actually.
You drop these just little. It's great. I love it.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
I'm
Maybe I'll
so
try.
glad you called in tonight. Thank you
Me
so
too.
much,
Me too.
Amos.
Oh, no problem. I'm glad I was able to. I got off work early enough to do it. But
And I think the people we've got in here tonight, we've got a good community. I don't think there's any danger of anybody doxing you or anything.
I don't think so. Well, I'm more thinking about people later watching the video, or like somebody doing a search on the Delphi murders, or going down the rabbit hole and being
Yeah.
Terry's second cousin or
Well,
Becky's something.
they're finally finding some truth if they find us.
Well, they
So
need to find some damn
yep,
truth.
they sure do. Sure
Like,
do.
tell Kelsey I need to borrow one of her sweatshirts, and I've got some stuff, some hair vitamins for her while.
You're cracking artist up. So when you listen to the replay later, since you can't hear her now, you'll hear her later.
That's good. I'll be here all week. But
all right, honey. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
no problem. But what I was gonna say, when the cops tackled this guy, like my wife and I went back on because we had like a Ring camera set up in the living room and in our back bedroom to watch, like, because crackheads and stuff steal shit.
Yeah.
And so we
So
had
you got the replay.
Yeah, we went to watch the replay for our own enjoyment. But when the cops crossed the threshold of the door, the threshold of the house, like when walked in the door, the camera cut out.
The camera's cut out, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and when they were outside, like fucking, detaining the guy, cuffing him and everything, and the dude's like, "I bet you're gonna charge me with this syringe in my pocket too." And they're like, "Yeah," but anyway, like we couldn't, like usually, like you couldn't see anything. They were outside our bedroom window. We wouldn't have been able to see him, but we should have been able to hear him. Like the audio always picked up if it was anybody else out there, and it didn't. It cut out there when they were about there. That one cut out. So
Wow.
they've got I don't they're not supposed to have that shit. I know they didn't used to, because here in town this guy had overdosed. The cops got or the first responders showed up in Narcan, and then the cops showed up, which is, if you ever overdose in this area, you don't want to say this person's overdosing on heroin. You want to say this person's unresponsive or that they're not breathing. So they're less likely to send the cops, because Good Samaritan laws in Indiana don't protect the person who overdosed.
That's
They
right.
protect everybody
That's right.
else.
But if you tell
But
them that, you'll probably get paramedics and they'll come
yeah,
out and they'll take
exactly.
care of it. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
you'll
Yeah,
wind
they're
up
gonna
in
have
prison
Narcan
like Reese
anyway. Like,
Davis.
Or
but
you
yeah.
or artist said, or you'll wind up in prison like Reese Davis. Yeah.
Well, that's what this poor bastard did. This guy that overdosed had a felony warrant out, and the cops arrested him. They Narcaned him, brought him back to life. They didn't take him to the life. They arrested him. But during the course of the arrest, they were pretty shitty with the other people in the house, who weren't like, you could tell they were like not drug users, or if they were like, taking Percocets their doctor gave them and acting like
Mm-hmm.
it, that kind of thing. Like when Ben Affleck went to rehab and was like, "Now everything's fine," was paying that kind of thing.
Or
Like
when I was in high school and my mom said, "Who's burning leaves?" And my sister and I were burning it.
right, yeah, yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. But they didn't know this dude was on. I mean, I've never overdosed. My wife has, and we were in a very inconvenient place, and it was very hard to explain the time and she's the only one I've ever known to not be like, "Fuck you, I wasn't overdosed." She was like, "Oh," when we Narcaned her. She's just like, "Oh, sorry," like she knew what happened. She's the only
Yeah.
one I've known to do that. And but
Well,
anyway, like it's you can be in somebody's house and they not have an idea what, like, if you do a line of heroin or fentanyl, like it's all fentanyl now, right before you walk in someone's doorway, like it doesn't always, because we never shot up, neither one of us. Neither of us have ever shot anything up, and fortunately. And so like anytime we would do it, we rarely even smoked it. We'd snort it, and it takes like 15-20 minutes to kick in. So if you're going to overdose, it's not going to be instantaneous,
right.
And
Yeah.
so you can be like, I freaking nodded out in PetSmart. I'm banned from PetSmart here in town now because I know. Or actually, no, I'm not. My wife is, because I gave him her name because I had a warrant out. And somehow I'm named in the
Girl.
past for like 28 years old. Like I don't know how that happened, but because my wife was like 28 or 29 at the time, but it worked. I couldn't believe it worked. But yeah, so now she can't go to PetSmart because I got her. But yeah, they called the cops because I was standing there knotted out in front of the damn cat food. Like, but yeah. So
Well,
anyway, I did not
thank
intend to do
God
that.
you're both clean now.
It's true. It was a long run. I'm very glad for that. Like, I'm really glad because
Yeah.
we were
You've
hot
had
fucking messes.
you've
I
had a
tell you.
good day today. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's all you got to do now. So
Yeah.
I'm proud
Exactly.
of you both.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
it was a pleasure and an honor to have you call in and share everything that you did with us.
Yes. No
And
problem.
thank you for being a part of this community. Thank you for caring about justice.
Oh, no
Um,
problem. No problem. Like, we need to make some free Rick Allen shirts. Seriously.
are
I
you
got
are
to.
you coming to oral arguments?
I'm gonna, if I can get off work. My wife wants to go. Like, we didn't think we were gonna be able to go because she was on house arrest until recently, but they ended up, like, she went to modify her house arrest and the judge let her off on time served. We didn't think that was gonna happen, so neither of us asked off for work or anything. But
Well,
we're
you
going to
guys
see
really
Matt.
are doing good then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we're going to be there. So
Okay, I'm gonna try to be there.
shout
I hope
out
to
to
see
us
you.
if you're going to be, and maybe we can meet up for something. And
Yes,
okay,
absolutely. Okay. All right, it was good talking to you guys.
good talking to you too, girl. Take care.
You too.
Mm,
All right. Bye bye.
Bye.
Have a good one, Emma. Thank you.
Right
Okay.
on.
Right
What's
on.
up, artist?
Oh,
I'm sorry that she couldn't hear you, and you could. I didn't realize that. Um, I know you had tried to say something a couple times, and she didn't catch it, and she kept. But I couldn't tell if there was just a delay, and she was then already into what she was saying. So I'm glad you finally told us. We finally figured it out anyway. Because I really wish you could have been more of that part of that conversation. You ask a lot better questions than I do. But you're here now and I can hear you. How are you? You're muted. So now I can't hear you.
Yeah, now I am. Yeah,
There you
sorry. I
are.
thought I was
Hi.
unmuted. I don't know how I got remuted, but anyway. Yeah, I wish she could have heard me too. I don't know what was going on with that, but anyway, it's okay.
Yeah,
It's all
yeah.
right. But
Yeah,
yep.
I really wanted to go to I saw somebody asking artist about Adam Bridge goes to court on Tuesday.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah.
and I really, really wanted to go up to that, sit in the courtroom, but I'm not going to be able to. It's my daughter's birthday on Tuesday, and I already have
Yeah.
plans. So
Yep, and I'll be working. But Ban is gonna be there, I think.
yeah, oh definitely, Banny Van will be there. But it would be nice if other people could be there.
Yeah. I
So
wish
if
I
you're
could. I
close
wish I
or if you can
could.
go, go.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I wish I could be because I think that that's I'm curious to know what's going to happen. It's gotten very little coverage.
Yeah.
Sadly,
Yeah.
because this guy who is Libby's uncle has been charged with 2 times and then some more charges of CSAM than Keegan Klein was. So,
Well, and what did
yeah.
Ameth just share with us about one of those bridge boys?
Mhm. That he's a little odd. See, that sounds like Adam to me, not Joseph though.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's how you interpret odd. I guess I didn't interpret it the same way that you did.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I'm
guess
curious to
I
know which one it is.
thought
Adam
odd was a
strikes me
little
as
bit touchy or all the time there.
I yeah, I took it to mean, a little antisocial,
Hmm.
a little
Well,
weird.
if Ameth comes back into the chat, maybe she could let us know what she meant by odd.
Yeah.
Because
I
I
don't know. They're all
see
odd
you
in my
ask better
opinion.
questions than I do. I wish you could have. Oh man, that bums me out that she couldn't hear you. But
Yep.
it is what it is, and everything happens for a reason, and
Yep.
we'll
Yep.
figure it out.
Yep. For sure.
So,
Well,
man,
I
it's
think
getting late, dude.
I know. I think we're going to get on out of here. Um
No.
all right, everybody. Wednesday, we are going to continue looking at what Eye of Apophis has been telling us over the years. We are going to do it a little bit different.
Yeah, we're just gonna break the videos down into smaller
Yeah, we're going to break
segments,
them down. They're going to be
pause
missing
them,
some
talk
music
about the
and Brad
things.
Pitt and all that. But yeah, we're going to, continue to discuss what I has been saying because we feel that what I has been saying is very important. Not I, me, EOA. So,
Hey,
um,
artist, maybe you
what's
could
that?
just take that little black banner strip and put it over Brad Pitt.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Wow.
Do a
No,
little
I mean,
photoshopping.
we all know, well, he shows that clip from Troy a lot, and yeah, I think we can just cut that out. So, but yeah, I want to continue to discuss it because we believe in EOA and we always have, and we believe that EOA has a lot to say and that people should listen, um, for sure.
Yeah. Well,
So,
there's a
yeah.
lot of
So I want
people
to.
in this community that have things to say too that are, you know,
Oh yeah.
finally feeling like they're comfortable enough to do that. That's amazing to me. It's a blessing to me that people are willing to be vulnerable, and I think finally getting to a point where people realize that, well, I'm going to say it for me. I'm Rick Allen, and Rick Allen is me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
It could be any one of us in this position.
it could. All you have to do is call in and offer to give information, apparently, on a horrible crime.
Yeah,
You
and how
know.
they twisted that and said, well, he placed himself there. No,
Yeah, well, so did a lot of other people.
yeah, that's just it. He did, he called to let them know he was there. And like
Mhm.
you said, lots of people did that.
Well, I don't recall the FBI busting into his meeting in the middle, in the
The
evening
HHI
hours.
meeting
Yeah. Yeah.
on the day when just 2 girls were missing in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
I don't either.
That happened to somebody else.
Yeah, and that person didn't even bother till several days later to let law enforcement know they had been out there.
Yep. Yep.
So,
I don't know. We're going to continue to explore it. So, Wednesday, we're going to continue breaking down EOA. And we're also going to take a look at one of the James Renner videos. And I think we're going to start looking at those too, because those are gold mine guys, a gold mine, because they're
yeah,
very early on. And
we're
they're
probably going to get
very
struck and lose our
interesting.
channel.
Well,
Jesus.
well,
Woo!
I hope not.
I hope not too.
No, I hope not.
You know what? I'm not
Because
going
when
to worry about that. I'm not going to worry about that.
No, you shouldn't. I think I know what the problem was with the other one. So we'll just take care of that part of it and hope for the best. And then next Saturday, we are going to continue to explore the parallel investigation theory with Christina,
Mhm.
if Christina's willing to do so.
Part
I think her
3.
phone died. So she's probably not hearing me, so I'll have to beg her about that later. And we're going to continue to, just look at some of the other, a lot of things in this case. Like today, like I said, I ran, looking for something else, and I ran across several things that I haven't thought about in a while, and they're making me think,
Yeah. Every time we
Um,
talk, there's just new things that
mhm.
seem to fit together.
And and I've heard a couple times people tonight have asked in here, who could we, who do we, think really had something to do with it? The question that's a hot question, because that place is just a bevy of crazy. I mean, there's just I've never seen so many usual suspects in my life.
Me either.
But maybe that's the problem.
That
The
is.
usual ones.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. We got a lot of crazy going on up there. I really
Yep.
believe that.
Don't forget, this was originally the Snapchat murders.
Yes, originally it was.
Who told us about Snapchat first? To the
Uh,
public.
well, I
Come
don't
on,
know who
artist.
said.
You know this one.
I don't know. My brain's tired. I don't know who said it at first. I know who was.
Guys.
Oh, that's right. Okay. That's right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's also the first one that claimed that there was a picture of them both on the bridge.
That kind of scared me when I said guys.
I know that was kind of creepy.
It was kind of creepy.
I almost called you artist.
Oh, don't do that, New Day. You confuse everybody.
I know. Oh my gosh.
There's hey. It was the police.
Oh, hey.
They shut that shit
Shut
down quick,
down
didn't
quick,
they?
didn't they? Yeah. Yep. 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 Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff. Artist is sleepy. I am, Christina. I am getting sleepy. It's my bedtime. All the dogs are passed out.
Well, you know what?
Well, What's that?
I had a great time tonight.
Oh, I did too. I want to thank everybody that called in tonight and everybody that hung out with us in the chat. And um, we want you guys to know how much we love having you every single time. And we love all the comments and all the
Well, heck
thought.
yeah, if it was just me and you, it'd be like the old days. Just the two of us brainstorming and speculating. This
Yep,
community
that's
adds
right.
so much more to our conversation, artist.
That's right. And speculating in this case, you have to because they didn't give a shit. We have very little, and Christina's so great at picking out the weirdness in the documents.
Yeah.
But if anybody tries to tell you shouldn't be speculating, in this case, you don't have a choice. And I don't care what a cop will tell you, but when they investigate something like this, they come up with a theory of what happened, and then they go about proving it. Usually, not in this case, but usually that's what they do.
Well, you have to follow the evidence. In this case, there wasn't any until they fabricated it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so don't let them tell you that. Iowa Apophis says to not do that in this case is being lazy, or to accuse someone of that, that's laziness. And I believe that. So on that note, so what do you got to say to the people?
You know, if you can't find a good person, be a good person. Look in the mirror.
That's right. That's right. And don't be a pork chop.
Yeah.
That's what.
And don't be a Holman. Yeah.
No. Hey, Christina, did you see that I had you saying pork chop in the thumbnail tonight? That was our
that was a great.
yeah.
That was a great thumbnail. You did.
Well, thank
you. Did such nice work, artist.
Well, it's the labor of love.
Yeah.
And insanity.
I'm right there with you, sister girl. All right. You guys have a great rest of your weekend. Thanks for hanging out with us going into Sunday morning.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you. Nancy, Gemma.
Yes.
Oh, hey, Christina. Goose's Gammy. Deccan Felonies. Free Me. Lita Joe. You guys are awesome. And Digital. Gosh.
Yep,
And thank you to Ameth Webster and also to Gizmo for taking the time and opportunity and being vulnerable.
To Gizmo for calling in.
Yeah, and to Gizmo too. Yeah. We appreciate you both, ladies, and all of you.
Christina, as always.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
well,
guys.
Let's get on out of here and let everybody get some shut eye. We'll
Sure
see you
thing.
guys on Wednesday. Have a good rest of your weekend.
And we'll catch you in the other chats. See y'all. Good night.